Good afternoon, everybody. Just to check, audible? Am I audible? Ritesh
Yes,
Saab.
sir.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
Prateek,
We
how are
can hear
you?
you, sir. Good
Haji.
morning, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you.
So, how are you, Prateek ji?
Very well. How are you doing, sir?
It's fine. It's fine.
Thank you very much, sir. I hope everyone is doing good as well. Hale and hearty.
That's a that's a very good. Means a point of inquiry has been so prime in COVID period. Yeah, so far, and if them in this wave, we are fine. Though we had some cases, but
Mhm.
so Ritesh ji, when it is going to be streamed, is it being streamed right now? It will have some time. Then it would be streamed. So means we should be more formal when it is streaming online.
Yeah, I think so. We can join, I guess. Like we can start. It is already 2:05. Usually for 5 minutes for Indian Standard Time, usually people take some
No, that's
time.
fine. So we backend IT team, if once they say okay, we are okay. Means I am okay.
Yeah, let me just cross check. So I think we have all the speaker are there for sure. I can see all of them here. So I think we should start, sir. Like let's not wait for, because we have time and short, and we like respect everybody's time. So those who have joined, we can start. And anyway, the delegate can anyway join from different portal. They can't join from the same link where we have joined. So they might be there already. So we can start, sir.
Yeah, that's fine. Fine. Thank you. Thank you. Very good afternoon.
Sorry to
one and
interrupt, sir.
all. Yes.
Can we just wait for 5 minutes?
Yeah, that's perfect. So that's
okay.
why we want to cross check it. Once you will say
Yes,
okay,
yes.
we should go for it, then we'll go for it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, my bad.
Sorry, sir, for interruption.
No problem.
Hello everyone. Myself Abhijit. So just wanted to make an announcement. So while for the screen sharing, I'll make you the host, and then I will reclaim my host again.
And now, request.
Hello. So am I audible?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, sir. So can we start?
So
Yes, sir.
now, Aditya
Yes,
ji,
sir.
should we go ahead? Oh, I can't unmute myself, which Aditya ji is saying. So technical team can see.
Yeah, we can see you, sir. We can see
So
you.
you
we can
already
hear
on mute, so we can hear you.
We can hear you. We can see you, sir.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, ma'am. Session में हूँ. 1-2 मिनट रुको मैम.
Hi.
And IT team can see that there was a chat.
Now I can. Now I can.
Now you can. Okay. So
Thank you
that's
so much.
perfect. Okay. Very good afternoon to one and all who are all connected virtually for this platform for the session. What we are going to have under this ICFOST today. At the outset, I am really thankful for the organizers giving me this wonderful opportunity. Rather, it's a pride privilege. I'll say that while conceiving this whole design and when it was shared that we are bringing this session, we are bringing a startup, and so I consider from my side, I feel it that this is something which we are going to have as a source of as a soul of this whole event. Why so? Because we have some connection with the food and the food profession in particular. So if we take the whole food sector and whole food sector as a technologist, as a professional, how do we connect society, what we are giving to the society? It's all through a food when we take it as a business. When we take a business side of it, economy side of it, and whatever science is, say, I am representing an organization which is NIFTEM. So I think I should have started with that I am Dr. Ashutosh Upadhyay, professor at NIFTEM. So means my connection is that my roots are in academics. So this is one side of it. And one side we have that what for we are teaching food as a technology, as a science, ultimately for the society through the industry. So that way, this startup session that what we are taking it up today. So this has so much close to my heart, and I consider it. That's why I named it as a soul of this event. This is what we really develop, we research, we put efforts, and we deliver for the society through the industry. So that is something is we are going to see in the country. We know that the scenario for almost last 6-7 years has gone, and we have understood the importance of the startup and the impact of startup businesses for the economy of the country. So that is something is really now all enabling systems are made. The government has come up, the institutions has come up, all side of the government means whether it's a funding, whether it's a mentoring, setting up the incubators. Probably we are achieved at least a milestone, though the journey is long and we have to go a long journey ahead. But still, we have reached to a stage where startups has got some enabler support. So probably that something which the audience will get out of this session, that number one, they'll feel motivated. They'll get the informations from that the authorities who have been, we have the wonderful list of the speakers. We are going to share some of the success stories in this session with you. And that is how the session has been designed. I think the program is available to all who are connected virtually as an audience, as the speakers here, co-panelists here. And in this system, that how means our responsibility which is given to me and Riteshji, we would be anchoring this whole session, means as a chair, as a co-chair, both of us. For this, we will be interacting you in between, and particularly, I'll request the speaker, just they can keep an eye on the time. And simultaneously, once we are entering into the question session, probably we could be a little flexible from the chair and co-chair side. We can extend the time, but we can speak crisp and deliver the things in short, and can take the queries more. So that's an opportunity which I wish that if we can offer from this platform today. Now I'll request my co-chair Ritesh Mathurji to supplement whatever I said about the session. He has lot many things to share, that what particularly the AFSTI and the organizing local chapter for this ICFOST. Over to you, Riteshji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for setting the contest. For me, it's always the most difficult part to set the contest, and you did a wonderful job in doing that. Thank you, sir. I would request like a support team if I can present my screen. Okay. Till they allow me to do that, like I can just welcome all the guests today. We had a wonderful session in the morning for inauguration. So let me allow to like welcome our chief guest, Dr. Bhagwatji Karad. He's Honorable Minister for the State for Finance and Minister of Finance for Government of India. Then we have Pandit sir, is my guru at ICT. Then we have Professor Sridevi ma'am from the CFTRI, Dr. Anjali sir from DRDO. Then we have Dr. Professor Pramod Yevle, who is the Vice Chancellor at Dr. Ambedkar University at Aurangabad. And of course, my best friend and our president for FST, Annapure sir, they were there. I again welcome all my colleagues at FST, all our speakers, delegates, and all my dear friends. So we'll talk about more on FST today. Request ID, please help me to share something. Till the IT really support me to do that. I just want to talk about what FST is and what exactly we do here. So FST, as you all know, like is an association of food scientists and technologists, and the cost is actually is actually mentioned that. So this is an international convention. This is our agenda, but let me go to my initial slide first. Thank you for doing that. Okay, so this is startup. This is what we had in the morning session. And just want to touch base about the FST. So FST was like started way back in 1960s, 68 at the headquarters CFTRI at Mysore. And then we have different chapters across the India. And usually everybody who has a degree in food science and technology and allied subjects can be part of that. So like food, nutrition, dietetics, medical, biochemistry, biotechnology, all can be part of that. So there are different chapters across the India.
Sorry to interrupt you, Riteshji. You can bring it to the presentation mode. I think you haven't.
Okay. So sorry. Okay. So what you see, the green one. So these are like the original headquarters at the CFTRI for the FST as such. And this all you see in the green one are the new chapters which came like in the last 3 years. Which happened. All rest are the old chapters. And let me talk about Mumbai chapter, because I came from the Mumbai and I represent the Mumbai chapter. So Mumbai chapter is one of the oldest chapter in entire FSC apart from the headquarters. And this was way back started in 1970s. And we have one of the largest even now because of the student and the other people this year. And the first president for FST Mumbai was Professor Rege sir. For the FST Mumbai, and we do a lot of work on the FST, but if you allow me to talk about quick things which I really am passionate about that. So in FST Mumbai, we really connect to the academia, to the student, research institutes, and the industry. We all come together and make a forum, and we represent ourselves, and we connect everybody there. So it always become lies between the government and the stakeholders, the institutes. Like Ashutosh sir come from the institute side. We come all together and we do something on this. We do a lot of startup supports. So one of the key thing here, which FST in general and say Mumbai chapter specifically, we focus on the FST, the all startup activities. And one thing what we also planning from this year to correct all the farmers and taking the Modi ji's vision of the doubling farmers income. So we are connecting the farmers and talking about agri startups. So this is what we are starting now. And very, very quick. So this is the various alignment objectives of the FST Mumbai chapter, which align to the FSSAI or align to the different initiative of the government talks about. Something which I'm really proud about what we do in FST is we do a project called Project. Let me start with the first one, the Project Bhog. It's called as blissful and hygienic offering to the God. So whatever the food served in the religious places, could be a temple, gurudwara or mosque, anywhere, all these food need to be a food safety. So we ensure that entire food goes in these places are a food safe. So friends like me and all the support of everybody FST, we focus on such projects. Then we focus on the Innovation Premium League, which is like every student has some or other idea which he can pitch to the industry or push to the folks who are expert in that, and we can talk about those ideas. So like we mentioned, as a innovation league where student come with idea, we do hackathon and they represent themselves for the idea. Then we have nutrition weeks. We do like every month. September is month of nutrition week as done by Government of India. So we do a lot of nutrition week activity in this month across the India. We do a lot of mentorship because we always feel there's a need gap with the student because they don't know what they really want to be, or how they should really behave, what thing happen, what industry look like, how their job requirement look like. So we always do a mentorship with the students. So most of the senior members and across chapters, they have a mentorship. If I focus most on Mumbai, so many senior members become the mentors for the students or even for the startups or even for the different companies. So that happened. Of course, World Full Day is a big event. Then, of course, conferences become a big topic here. Be it ICFOST, be it Con, or any startup conferences, we are always there to support and we take active part of that. FOSTEC training and so on. I won't go much on it, but we are very, very active in FST. Right. So these are some pictures where we met the CM sir or the governor sahab or at the central government level, where we showcase what we have contributed directly or indirectly in entire projects. It's one of the example here. Then we also represented in the Joint Parliamentary Commission that for every session, everything where the food industry is involved, you should need to take a food tech student or someone from the food background who can really work on, and that creates so many jobs for the food scientists. So earlier these were taken by generally someone from basic chemistry or of those level, but now any food industry will have something a food technologist. So all those happen. Then we do a lot of things for the students. Since the students are also watching us today, so I just want to ensure the student be a part of FST, and I will encourage them to join if they have not joined formally as a FST. So we do so many things for the students, but I will skip this for today's time and positive time. So this would do. Okay, so coming back very quickly to today's session. So in today's session, this is what we're going to happen today in next 3 hours. A very jam-packed agenda, and we have the great speakers. I'm sure everybody here, all the people who are listening to us, will surely enjoy. And I can really say that, like, once you are here today and now and after 3 hours, will be something different person you would be. They're so like great speakers and have their own knowledge and wisdom coming here and talking about it, and all focus on startups. So all people who are really doing the excellent in their field, making a pitch for investment or talking about their success stories, or even how to build a brand, for the startups. So we all go on those sessions. So let's start with today's session. So the first speaker for is Nilesh. Nilesh is my very good friend, and he is also a past secretary for the FST Mumbai. And I will let Ashutosh sir to share more about him, what Nilesh has done. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Riteshi. So, thank you for that beautifully, probably briefed about the FSTI, the efforts which particularly the Mumbai chapter is doing. So, now we are formally starting, and our first speaker is Mr. Nilesh Lele. Riteshi indicated that he's a good friend of mine. I think Nilesh ji is a friend of everyone, and particularly the startup community, the services
Right.
which he is offering for last 4 or 5 years. It's a wonderful, commendable, and hats off for him. And it's really good that we have him today as a speaker. But as a duty from this side, we need to introduce formally also. So I'll quickly, just for the audience purpose, that Nilesh is a graduate of chemical engineering from UDCT Mumbai, and post that degree from erstwhile UDCT, now it is ICT. It's well known. He did MS from USA. He did the management degree also there. And the most important thing that he opted not for the job, he opted to be a job creator. So that's something is beautiful, and that's the country now today looking for that youngsters should more opt for this kind of endeavor. It is known that Germany is known to be a hub or a capital for startups, but we would like to see that India could also take that place, and some beautiful products are coming from startups. So that's one thing. And Nilesh, particularly in 2018, he won the Best Innovation Award at Global Konkan Enclave, and particularly his contribution for the field of wine. So exotic fruit wines, which he started making up from the startup, which he was a founder in the name of Axilon Food Bio Advisors Private Limited. And Nilesh later also became a founding partner for Ramp Up Advisory LLP, which provides investment, banking advisory, and working closely with more than 100 startups. He is a wonderful speaker, and he keeps on interacting with the startups, with MSME platform, with different trainings. He keep offering some free training, those who are interested in the wine and they want to make up something good. So that's the beautiful personality part, which I have observed personally in Nilesh, so that I would like to bring and I would like to highlight for the audience today. And you can feel connected. I hope that he would be sharing his contacts at the end of his presentation. With this, I welcome Mr. Nilesh Lele to take that dais and start the presentation and first presentation of the session. Welcome you once again, Nilesh ji. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Upadhyay. And thank you, Ritesh. And warm welcome to everybody else. I see a few of my other friends here. I think Aditya ji is here, Kaushal is here. So I'm very excited to be the first speaker. I get that honor. And I know Harman ji is here, who will talk from an investor's mindset, but so I will talk more from a startup's mindset as to what you need to do, especially when you want to raise funds. And my presentation, I have kept it in two parts. Generally, when we talk about startup funding or raising capital, most of the time we hear about equity. Now with the Shark Tank, I guess everybody is now familiar. There's another show, Kuber, which is lined up, which should be going live sometime soon. So I'm going to definitely focus on equity aspect when we talk about raising funds. But I'll also touch briefly upon raising funds from banks, which typically in today's startup world is ignored or given a stepchild kind of treatment. But definitely I want to touch upon it so that you know that, okay, that's also an option where you can raise funds from the bank. You can avail certain government schemes. We keep hearing 20 lakh crore funds being allocated under the Atmanirbhar Bharat. So they are out there, and I feel it's my duty that I will briefly touch upon those aspects as well. So before we get into any kind of funding, whether it is equity or whether it is debt, let us first understand that why someone would fund you. I mean, even when a bank funds you or gives you loan, they become your funding partner, right? So why they would fund you, or what is it that they're looking for? And so the journey of the startup, the business, or what you have done so far is very important And typically most of the startups, and I'm sure we have 4 lined up here today, they will have their own story as to why they started a particular business and how that idea triggered into it. Like I know my dear friend Kaushal is here, who's into jaggery making, and we all know the typical jaggery making process is a very crude process, contains a lot of chemicals in it. So he had a particular idea. He was able to define a particular problem and come up with a good solution. So Kaushal is a very classic case study where he was clearly able to define a problem statement that the most of the jaggery available in the market is has a lot of chemicals in it. The process is very crude, and the solution that he has come up with, where it is chemical free, food safety is taken care of, and at the same time it's available at an affordable price. So a clear definition of a problem statement and a possible solution is very, very important. Let me give you another classic example, one of my favorite examples, which is the Ola or an Uber, which is the taxi aggregators. And it's not that taxi services did not exist prior to these guys coming in, right? I stay in Mumbai, and of course, we had what we call the Kali Pilis. But there were certain problems with that existing model. You had to go find the taxi. He may say yes, he may say no. He may overcharge you. He may take you around the town and make you pay double. Or if you want to go to the airport 4 a.m. in the morning, you're nervous whether you'll get a taxi or not. So there were certain lacunas with the existing model. There were certain problems which you could state in the existing taxi model. And so what did Uber or an Ola do is now you can sit at home, order the taxi. You know exactly who the driver is, what his ratings are. You know exactly how much he's going to charge. Now there's a feature where you can book it for 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. So the problem statements were very well defined, and the solution that was provided was also excellent. And that's why we see these guys being as successful as they are, right? So please, anybody listening to me, always start off where you can identify a particular problem statement. And I'm sure Mr. Harman down the line is also going to emphasize on this same problem, because most of the investors are always looking whether you have a clear defined problem statement. Also realize that business idea is not same as business model. It's being told that we have 50,000 thoughts every day, and I would say maybe 5,000 of those are ideas, right? So I get a business idea probably every minute or every hour, right? But all of them cannot be converted into a business model. To convert it into a business model, you really need to understand or define the vision. What are the goals? Whether there is a need. A lot of business ideas, there may not be enough need. Like I like to call them, whether your idea or your startup is a nice to have or is a must have. And COVID has taught us that a lot of food products are actually a must have. A lot of non-food were more on the nice to have, and that's why they are struggling, right? So try to analyze whether the idea or the startup you're going to have is in a nice to have category or in a must have category. There's nothing wrong in it being a nice to have, but hopefully it should move to a must have in your lifespan so that you can really capitalize on it. I'll give you another example, my favorite example in this scenario, where mobile phones 20 years back were a nice to have, right? 16 rupees per minute incoming, 16 rupees per minute outgoing. Even if I had a mobile phone, nobody else had it. So who am I really going to call? So back then, I remember when my parents bought the first cell phone in 99, it was still a nice to have. But today, it's a must have, not just mobile phone, but smartphones, right? So please analyze whether your business, and it has become very easy in COVID scenario to analyze whether your products are a nice to have or a must have. Identify who your target group is. You can segment based on, male, female, age group. We are being told that almost 65% of our population is in the age group of 18 to 35. So these are the ones who are going to drive what the upcoming trends are going to be. Understand the difference between costing and pricing. How much will it cost to make the product? How much will it cost to offer the service? And how you are going to price it? Because pricing, mispricing, wrong pricing many of times leads to failures of many startups. Understand the competition. And let me explain few aspects of competition. Many times people think there are no competitors, or you might be, let's say I myself make beverages, and I may just think, oh, Pepsi or a Coke is my competition. No, competition will come from almost every product, because resources, money in the pocket of the customer are limited. So with that 10 rupee note that he has in his pocket, he's thinking whether I should buy a beverage, whether I should buy a chocolate, whether I should buy a vada pav, or whether I should buy something else, or whether I don't spend on food. So don't be under the impression that there is no competition to your product. Remember, the resources, the money is always limited. So there is always going to be competition for the rupee that is in the pocket of any customer. I would also like to stress the next 2 points, which are very important, because the whole startup culture of late has made it topsy-turvy, these 2 points, but they are fundamentally true. And always remember that I weigh only 20% of your success is because of the idea, and 80% is because of the execution. Now that we know that this whole aggregator model works, where now you have Oyo aggregating rooms, you have Swiggy, Zomato aggregating deliveries. You have almost everybody. Some other, I think recently there's this Blinkit that has come from one of these aggregators, where they're delivering products to your house in 10 minutes. So now that you know the aggregator model, which you can implement anywhere, Practo is aggregating doctors. So now that you know the idea, doesn't mean anything unless you are able to execute it. And the names that I've just taken are there because purely of their execution capability. So don't be under this assumption that, oh, I have this brilliant idea. According to me, I would give it only 20 marks out of 100. The remaining 80 marks will come how good you will be with regards to execution. Please think that. And the last point I want to make on this slide is, please chase customers. Please be profitable at unit level. Investors will chase you. Unfortunately, today's startup culture is where people are chasing investors. They're not thinking about customers. They're not thinking about being profitable at unit level. They're not thinking long term. I have barely find any startup saying that I will be existing after 5 years, or I want to have my IPO in 7 to 10 years. It's not that. All they're talking about is, I need seed funding, I need Series A, I need this, I need that. They are just looking at a short-term thing. Don't have that mindset, please, because you're using resources, you're using money, and resources are always scarce. If you're going to use the resources, please be mindful that you will create value. And that's why I always tell any startups, and I might be mentoring, I don't know how many, but probably more than 100. And I always tell them that please try and chase customers, be profitable, have repeat customers, or the investors will start chasing you. I can guarantee you that. But if you chase investors, it doesn't necessarily guarantee you that you will get customers. So with this, now let us move to the equity part of the section. I want to give you some inputs, and I'm sure Harmanji will also give inputs from how the investor thinks about, but I can give you from my own experience more from the startup side. So investors always look how your journey has been. They like you to bootstrap, putting your own money, making sure that maybe from your savings, your family, your friends, we call it FFF, family, friends, or fools, should ideally be your first round of investors, right? Because if your family doesn't trust you, how do you expect someone unknown to you to invest money in your business? Right? So that is very essential. Maybe the contribution is very small. You have contributed only 2 lakh and you are asking for 2 crore. It's fine, but they need to see that you have some skin in the game. I meet a lot of startups. They say, I will not invest anything. I have this brilliant idea, which I'm not going to tell you, but I will not invest anything. Please find me an investor who will invest 5 crore in my business. Very rarely that will happen. So please don't have this mindset. Maybe you invest 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 5 lakh, as much as possible. Show the intent. Show that, yes, I believe in my product. I believe in my idea. I believe in my startup. That's why I've put in everything that I have had. But I had only 5 lakhs. And today I need 5 crore. Fine. That story will sell. But you will say, no, I'm not going to put anything. Very rarely you will find any investor will invest at an idea level. They want to see at least some proof of concept, some prototype, some traction. Traction means some business, which proves that yes, it works, right? So right now I'm also working on another startup. I have been like in my introduction also, it's mentioned that I've had multiple startups. I create and I sell it off or hand it over to my partner. So right now we are also in that prototype / traction stage where we want to prove it to our investors that, listen, we have repeat customers, we have paying customers, and who believe that there is a need in here, right? So please try. If I had gone only at an idea stage and I told someone that, okay, listen, I have a startup where we are coming up with a e-learning portal like an Upgrad or a Udemy or a Coursera, they would say, so what? There are hundreds out there. So what? But now, in last 3 months, we have crossed 5,000 subscribers. We have paid customers. We have more than 26 courses. So now we have the traction, and now people are reaching out to me. Even while I was waiting, 2 people called me saying, listen, I want to create a course and launch it online on your portal, right? So once this starts happening, investors are going to like it. And lastly, we keep hearing so many people got funding. Waycool got so much fund. Then Licious got funded, and then Fresh to Home, this, that. Every day we keep hearing. But let me be honest, hardly 2 to 3% of the people out there who are seeking funding, they get funded. And I'll tell you why these are the ones who get funded and what you should be doing to ensure that you are out of that 3% who are actually getting funding. And that's why I always, whenever I meet any startup, I ask or check on these 5 points. First and foremost, investors always like some kind of innovation or industry leader or first mover. So coming back to my own example, or let's say I'll give both Kaushal's example and my example. Kaushal definitely was one of the first movers where he had moved away from the traditional way of making jaggery, right? He was making it chemical free, sulfur free. He has made it in cube format. So he was definitely one of the first movers with some amount of innovation in otherwise a relatively commodity product like jaggery. Similarly, I'm talking about the e-learning portal, where it's not that it's e-learning is new, but we are niche where we are focusing primarily on food industry. So we have a good connect with 270 food colleges. We have good connect with industry. We have good connect with students. Recently, we also launched a live factory visit, live virtual factory visit, which I would like to believe is one of the first ones, at least in the food industry, that has been done at a scale where more than 500 students attended it live in that slot of 2 to 4 o'clock. In fact, we have launched our next one on 28th of January for Chitale Bandhu. And unfortunately, our site has crashed because more than 200 people at same time were trying to sign up for that thing. So, but anyways, the point being that whether you are an innovator, whether you are a first mover, whether there is some incremental innovation to the existing model. Secondly, you should be able to maintain that competitive edge. And like in our example also, we are talking about factory visits, we are talking about internships, we are talking about few other things. Similarly, for example, Kaushal now has in powder form, he has in different kind of range of products. So you have to keep maintaining, evolving yourself so that you maintain that competitive edge. Like we all are using Facebook, but let me tell you, Facebook is not the first social networking site. In fact, I grew up in a generation where we used to use Orkut, because in late 90s and 2000, probably some of you may not be even born back then, we used to use dial-up for load internet access, and the pages would load so slow. So Orkut pages would load very fast compared to Facebook, right? But what is the story with Orkut today? Microsoft bought it out and it's closed down. So they did not maintain the competitive edge, and that's why they are gone, right? So you have to always be on the toe. Don't think that, okay, I've achieved something, that's it, I can live for rest of my life with this achievement. No, you have to always be ahead of the competition. The third, which is most important, is the scalability of your model. And that's where I realized that if you see some of my earlier ventures are typical manufacturing, brick and mortar, where scalability becomes a little bit of a challenge. Whereas if you see the ones I have given as example, the likes of Swiggy's, the Zomato's, the Ola, Uber, Oyo, all these guys, these are all scalable models because they have a IT base to them. So if they can have one customer today, they can easily have 1 lakh customers tomorrow. So Swiggy gets funded or Zomato gets funded, but the sandwich guy who's selling 5 lakh sandwiches on Swiggy, he's struggling to find funding because his model is not scalable. If he wants to go from 5 lakh sandwiches to 50 lakh sandwiches he wants to sell, he needs 10 times bigger setup. But for Swiggy to go have 10 times more customer, he doesn't need a 10 times bigger setup. And that's precisely why this e-learning food tech Pathshala is the startup which I have set up, is because there is a scalability angle to it. If I keep doing online training myself, the model is not scalable. But if they are recorded, the model is scalable because even when I'm sleeping, people are watching my recorded lectures, right? So scalability is very important, which investors are looking at. Fourth is it possible? Will this startup will actually make money? The business and the startup, what is the possibility of making money? Because whoever is investing, a bank or a equity or whoever investor, he wants to make money. So he wants to make sure that you will make money. And fifth, whether the team will make money. And that's why many investors, they like entrepreneurs with startup background or who have had previous startups or who have exited. And that's why like Cred, who founder was a who had a previous startup as well. Now we have started Cred. So these guys are the ones, it's easier. So having the right team is very, very important. Now let us understand why you need money. There are 2 key reasons why you need money. One is because you want to grow faster than just the organic growth that you're having, right? You are growing slowly, 10%, but you want to grow really fast, 10, 2, twice, thrice, 5 times in a year. Then that's why you need more funds. And that's why you go to an investor. Or you're in what we call the burn model, where you are actually spending more than what you are earning. It happens in the early days of your life cycle in your business. It happens because you're trying to acquire business. This is what most of these aggregators are doing, that they're in a burn model because they're spending more than they're earning because of the high manpower cost or marketing cost, or there could be certain development costs. So these are the 2 key reasons why any startup needs funding. So now I'll come down to specific as to how to raise funds. So there is a lot of funding and like we have one investor here who has already invested in 10 such startups. So I'm sure you'll try to reach out to him as well. But there are many other angel investors, like what we can call rich people, high net worth, even actors, then your cricketers, they also all invest, typically up to 5 to 10 crores they can put in. Or there are what are called venture capital funds who are again looking to invest anywhere between 5 crore to 50 crore, depending on what stage you are. Then there are private equity funds, but typically they look at companies which are more than 3 years old and are profitable. There are a lot of family offices, like rich people like Tata has, Ratan Tata ji has his own family office. Harsh Mariwala ji has his own family office. So people who have a lot of their own wealth, self-wealth, they hire professionals to manage their wealth. So they do invest in startups. Then there are some impact funds like a Dutch Good Growth Impact Fund, Asha Impact Fund. And this whole list of more than 500 such angel investors, VC funds, PE funds can be found on this link that I have shared here. You can take a photo of this slide if you want, or right now you can write it down. But you can find a whole list of angel investors, VC funds, PE funds, and family offices on this particular portal. So this is what I wanted to cover with regards to equity funding, especially from a startup perspective, through my journey as a startup and helping startups raise funds. I'm sure Harmanji will talk from an investor's perspective. So I'll move on to the second part, which I had promised, which is the debt or the loan that we talk about. And especially if you want to avail any of the government schemes, then you need to have a loan in place, because most of the current government schemes are what is called credit linked. Like if you have a loan in place, only then you will be eligible to take any kind of help from government schemes. So you need to have a bank loan in place. Typically, a loan will be part of divided into two. term loan, which will be used to buy any kind of machinery or what we call capital expenditure, capex, and working capital, or what is called the operating expenses, opex. So that is the two parts of your requirement in terms of funds to buy your machinery or do capital expenditure, land, building machinery, or your opex to run your business, to buy your raw material, packaging material, pay all your monthly bills. For that, you will need certain capital, which is in the form of working capital. So both these can be part of your overall project cost. And you can approach banks. You have nationalized banks, you have cooperative banks, you have certain other private banks, and they will, if they like your project, they will definitely fund you. But how they're going to like your project is going to be based on your project report. And again, because of paucity of time, like I don't have enough time to go through each and everything, but basically you need to have a smart, well prepared project report. We should basically talk about the promoter profile, like we spoke in equity. Like banks are also investors, they would like to know what the project is. If you are going to go into manufacturing, then your raw material availability, your market potential, is there any new technology that is being proposed? And especially employment generation is key, because if you are going to take government subsidy, the government is interested in benefiting the society. So either post-harvest losses are reduced, farmers' income is increased, or employment generation is happening. Some benefit should be there because of which the subsidy that you're receiving, right? So the government indirectly is trying to monitor if there is employment generation. Then definitely look at who your customers are, who your competitors are, how the feasibility is, whether there's enough land, water, connectivity, skilled, unskilled labor availability. All of these things should be part of your project report. You can find a lot of sample project reports online, or Ministry of MSME's website, or so many other places, or you can engage a chartered accountant who can make it for you. Certain other things from financial aspects you should consider in your project report, like what should be your installed capacity, what will be your break-even point, like at what point you will go from making a loss to a profit, what will be your revenue generation. Let's say I invest 50 lakhs in machinery, how much revenue can I generate, what all my expenditures should be, what my coverage ratio would be, which is a pointer that a bank looks at to fund, to say yes or no to fund you. What will be the rate of return of the project? You should also run sensitivity analysis, like what if like currently edible oil prices have jumped or almost doubled, so what impact it will have on your overall profitability, or COVID scenario happens, or 90 days you're shut down, what happens? Certain kind of possible scenarios, sensitivity analysis you should do, and then create a profit and loss statement, balance sheet, cash flow statement. All of these things should be part of your project report. If you come from a technical background, probably taking help of some consultant or a chartered accountant could be the way to go. And finally, we keep hearing about government and a lot of these help and subsidies that are being offered, and you can avail. There are three key ministries at the central level where you can get support from. First is Ministry of Food Processing, where NIFTEM is also kind of part of ministry. Currently, they have a beautiful scheme under the Prime Minister's formalization of micro enterprises. Under that, they have a scheme called ODOP, one district, one product. So every district, 700 plus districts across India, every district, one of the most dominant produce has been identified. And if you set up a unit in that on that product, then up to 10 lakhs or 35% of your project cost you will get as subsidy. So that is the ODOP scheme. Then MSME Ministry also offers you funding subsidy under Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, which is again very similar to ODOP. The only thing is your project cost is up to 25 lakhs, 35% subsidy is what you can get. So roughly 8.5 lakhs is the maximum subsidy you can get there. Or you can have credit linked capital subsidy scheme, CLCSS. I myself have availed this for my beverage unit, where you can get up to 25% or maximum up to 15 lakhs on machinery only. So this is only machinery, whereas ODOP and PMEGP is for the project cost. So your building, land, also your working capital can be considered. And third is your Ministry of Agriculture, where obviously majority schemes are for farmers and farming, but there are certain schemes which food related people can avail, like you have for pack houses, sorting grading centers, or cold storage, reefer vans. and they run these schemes through the National Horticulture Board or the MIDH or the APEDA. So let me tell you, I have tried my best in 20-25 minutes to cover the whole gamut of equity as well as debt. And I don't think I have my contact details I have put on here, but I'm sure if you Google me, you will find my contact details easily. So with that, I will stop here, and hopefully I'm happy that nobody interrupted me, Ritesh ji, so I have maintained my time limit. And I guess question and answers will be at the end, right?
Right.
Yeah, that is
So I
what
will
we
wait.
planned.
I will
while
wait.
you
I will
were-
wait.
While you were delivering, so means both me and Ritesh spoke on phone, and we decided decided in interest of the audience. Why so? Means what I thought that it's a checker view. It's a game plan. A startup, being a startup. So like Abhimanyu, just to enter into it, that's not it. You need also the exit part of it. So that's why you need you understand the whole thing. Then the questions should come up. Most of the questions would be answered while they'll hear many of us who are going to be speaker ahead. So thank you very much, Nilesh ji.
Thank you.
And now I'll request Ritesh ji to take lead and continue that he can invite the next speaker and taking lead in monitoring the session. Over to you, Ritesh sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Can IT really allow me to share the screen for a moment? Till that happened, I just want to thank Nilesh for the wonderful session. We all loved it. I know it's crossing the time, Nilesh, but you speak so well. I was so glued to it. And I'm sure the students who are hearing it must be benefited from this. So thank you, Nilesh, for the session. It's always fun to hear you and the perspective what you put in the way you share the ideas is so different than other people. I just loved it. Okay, so after the session we have the next speaker, Aditya, and he's there to share. And Aditya has to even rush for another meeting. So great. So Aditya is another a great friend for us. He's always come to us whenever we invite him. Thank you, Aditya, for again accepting the invitation from us. So I know Aditya from at least from 6-7 years minimum. So Aditya is he's a lead he's a expert in the marketing. That's what I always say to people. He's expert in marketing, branding, communication, and he hands-on work on all those things. He worked for all the big multinationals, right from Marico to other. He understands the food part. Is what I like more. And then relate to the marketing and think what could be the startup can think about. So we love all those things what he really put in to the matrix. So he has worked for in distribution, new product development, go-to-market strategies, building and expanding the footprint of various FMCG brands in the food, healthcare, personal care, and across categories: beer, beverage, beer, cereal, beer, retorted product, long shelf life, everything Aditya has worked on or done it. He won a prize from WARC for Asian strategy and hold rare double as winner for both the Grand AFIL and Grand AMIF. I'm not sure what these awards are. Aditya, you need to share us about these. He's also completed his Google certification for marketers in 13, and his paper on the mobile marketing was published by the Journal of Direct Data and Digital Marketing Practice in the UK. He's done a lot of good things. I mean, I'm sure whenever I meet and discuss, I always feel, oh my God, मैं क्या नया सीख लिया आज Aditya से. So wonderful. Over to you, Aditya. I won't take time and your time and between me and the speaker and the audience to hear. So over to you. I just stopped sharing this and I let you share your slides. Yeah, Aditya.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ritesh. I still can't share. It says host disabled, participant sharing. So while I get those rights, I just want to thank Nilesh. Frankly, I wish I could give my slot to him because he was going so well and he was explaining so well that there were a lot of things that I used to know that I'd almost forgotten. And thanks to him, now I'm seriously. I mean, I wish we could have a longer session from him. But having to follow Nilesh is going to be a tough act because he speaks so well. And I have a slight bit of time constraint. So my only request to everybody is, I'm very sorry about the fact that I'm almost going to sound like a rapper. I'm going to try and go as fast as I can because I want to cover a few things. And I'm happy to take questions at the very end, or if someone wants to reach out, always happy to answer questions. It helps me think better. I hope you can see my slide. So the whole idea of brand building, I'm thinking about it only from the point of view of a young food brand, right? I'm putting it in that context. And because brand building is so massive and I can't cover all of it in one conversation, I'm just thinking about and sharing the first principles, right? So essentially, I'm going to talk only about three things in today's session. I'm going to talk about what is a brand. I'm going to talk about how to build your brand and what actions to take next. Okay. I think the third one is perhaps the most important because the problem is that people think of brand building as either something very easy. So they think, yeah, logo dal diya, color bana diya, ek line likh di, so brand ho gaya. Or they think that it is something so complex and so difficult that it is something they don't want to do right now, right? And especially in a country like us, like Nilesh was saying, there are so many opportunities within the food category. India is a very, very, very nascent food market right now, right? And yet we don't have more than 10% in the established brand category where food is concerned, right? So if you put all big brands, including HUL and Nestle and everybody else together, that's just 10% of the market cap today. Okay, that's the kind of opportunity that food as a category has where brands are concerned. So I just dive straight into my first topic. What is a brand? So before we talk about brand building, obviously we need to talk about what a brand is. And I like asking this question because it suddenly puts people on the back foot. Most people have not even thought about this question in great detail. So usual answers are colors and lights and logo hai, pehchana hua naam hai, etc., etc. And when you ask them a little bit more, then they'll say, there's like a product and packaging and advertising and what it says about yourself. People will think of smart one-line answers to give. I think a brand is a lot more basic than this. And so the next slide is essentially how I think of brands. I think brands are contracts. Okay, a brand is a contract between the consumer and the manufacturer, okay, or the marketer. And what is the contract? The contract is the consumer will expect and the consumer will experience. If the two of them match, if the expectation meets experience, it's a great brand. It's a good brand. Okay. If expectation is not met by the experience, then it's a subpar brand. Okay. As basic and as simple and as colloquial as you can think of it, that's how I think of brands. So all I'm always trying to do, whether it is companies that I work for, whether it's brands that I own, whether it's startups that I advise and mentor and consult on, I'm always trying to find out what is it that consumers expect and what is it that they experience. Okay. Strangely, you will realize this is a conversation with manufacturer. The owner of the brand is nowhere to be seen because it's consumer expectation and consumer experience. Okay. So I think a brand is a contract. Okay. So how do you create this brand? How do you ensure that as somebody who owns the brand, you are able to say, yaar, mere paas product hai, ab mere ko uska brand banana hai. Okay. What do you do for that? Before I go there, it's very, very important to understand why to learn brand building. Okay. Because it is not a single step process. It is also not a single phase process. Your brand will evolve over time. And so learning to build brands is important because it allows you to repeat yourself. If you look at, I'm sure you can't read any of the logos, but you can read the names, right? You can read the big names. Each of these companies globally has multiple brands, some 20, 40 brands. What it shows is that once you start understanding how to build a brand, you can do it repeatedly, right? So if you look at Nilesh has gone from manufacturing centric brands to food brands to wines to now to e-learning portals, and therefore the ability to recreate, to repeat what you know well is really something that helps in our lives because most of us spend 30, 40 years working. So repeatability principle within a business, within branding, within any kind of work you do is extremely useful. So that's the reason number one. The second reason why I think it's important, and this I'm sure the investors on the panel will talk about a lot more, is that you are doing this from the point of view of getting some sort of monetary value. And my firm belief is that you can never get monetary value if you don't create value. Most of the value we make in life is a part of what we have created overall. And if you look at these companies, HUL, Marico, ITC, Nestle, these are known companies that you know, right? Turnover here is their sales turnover. These are slightly older numbers, but this is the old sales turnover. Against this sales, 38,000 crores in sales, the market is valuing HUL at 466 crores, which means for every rupee that HUL makes, the market is willing to pay 69 rupees to own a part of HUL, the company. Similarly for Marico, similarly for ITC, and similarly for Nestle. ITC probably is deflated more because of the cigarette business, but the foods business has a lot of potential. Look at Nestle. 76 times for every rupee that Nestle makes, the market is willing to pay 76 rupees. Okay. What this tells you is that you can't stop at a commodity level. You can't stop at a product level also. You have to make sure that after recovering your cost and packaging that product, you create a brand out of it. So I hope this is good enough reason for you to invest time and effort into brand building, because I can't make it a simple process. It is going to be that kind of a journey for you, right? So how are brands actually built? How do you start the process of building brands? I think there are 5 basic steps, and because of paucity of time, I'm going to only talk about the first 3 in some way. Like I said, expectations versus experience, right? That's what a brand is. It's a contract. So you start with whose expectation. Therefore, who is the audience? Who's the receiver of your brand or your product? Okay. The second question you ask yourself is, what is the insight? What do you know about this audience that is perhaps new and different from other people? And thirdly, very, very honestly, ask yourself why they should choose you. That person has been around. If you're a food brand, chances are that food category has been around. So why should they choose you over everybody else, right? So those 3. And then there are more executional steps, which I unfortunately will not be able to cover in this conversation, right? So let's talk about who you're focusing on, okay? Often when I ask startups, who their audience is, they give me a very demographic definition. They give me, 35 to 45, 30 to 45-year-old men in metros. If you ever, for those of you who have been past the 30 years of age band, you'll realize that 30 to 45 is not one age band. There are 3 or 4 life stages that men go through in that. And then whether you are in a metro like Mumbai, or you are in a smaller city like Ahmedabad, or you're in a tier 2, tier 3 town, your lifestyle is very, very different. Your connection with, let's say, even the food categories are different. So it's very important to not just, give a one-line definition, but try and understand who this customer is. Try and make sure that you bring the person alive. If you are a B2B or a B2C product, right? B2C products are fairly clear. Consumer products are very clear. If you're a B2B product, most people think B2B products are very dry, therefore they don't need branding. I think it's the other way around. In a B2B category, your customer is not the consumer. There's a difference. So there's somebody who decides and there's somebody who consumes. Okay. Therefore, understanding your brand and creating a brand in the B2B space also is equally important as compared to B2C. The third thing is that there are B2C categories where the consumer and the customer will be different, right? So for example, let's take Horlicks, right? Horlicks and Boost and all of those MFDs, food drinks. The child consumes it, but the mother decides. So the child is a consumer, the mother is a customer. Now you have to figure out how the decision making works between these 2. Who decides what? Who allows that product to come in? Who prefers one brand over another? Okay. And therefore, you have to work on what is the context of that category in that consumer's life. If you understand the category's role, you are able to define your product's role for that consumer. The next thing is, what is your insight? Unfortunately, what happens is, half of my slide shows you numbers, right? So please understand that if it can be seen, it is not an insight. Most people will show you some numbers, will show you some data and say, yeah, insight. Doesn't work like that. Okay. If it can be seen, it is definitely not an insight. So all numbers, all data that you can see is not insight. Insights are deeper reasons and beliefs. So for example, a lot of you are attending today because this session was organized by a body that you are associated with. But a deeper reason for attending it is some of you are hoping कि इसमें से कुछ सीखने को मिलेगा. अगर कुछ सीखेंगे तो कुछ बनाने को मिलेगा. Right? You'll be able to create something. And therefore, it drives a deeper need that you have. So for example, if this session would have cost you, $200 as a ticket, most of you would have preferred to pay. If it would have cost you 20,000 rupees, you probably would not have paid, because you would have said the gain I will get out of this session is not worth the money I'm paying for this session. It's a very simple arithmetic you do in your head, and that you do in a split second. Good brands are able to get people to either short circuit this kind of rational thinking or pay more for the same experience. And that's why great brands need to be built on great insights. Okay. One way to do this is to, instead of just listening to what the person is saying, focus on their behavior. A lot of people say, I want to lose weight, and then they'll eat a pizza, right? The behavior tells you more about the person than their stated objectives. Okay. So one way to figure out insight is to focus on behavior, observe the behavior, and then try and think back, why is this customer, why is this consumer behaving like this? बोलते वक्त तो ये बोला कि यार सर आपका प्राइस बहुत ज्यादा है, but then he's going and buying something which is costlier. Why is the consumer showing behavior which is not in sync with what they're saying? Okay, that's one of the things that you can do. The third thing is being able to ask why. So these are two profiles. This is my Twitter profile and my LinkedIn profile, right? What you can see is you can see who I am, because I'm talking about myself on both of these profiles, right? What is not visible on this, okay? What is the insight is, why am I like this? Why am I doing what I'm doing? So for example, why am I, I'm pursuing my PhD. So why am I at this age still a student? Okay. Why am I spending time on mentoring, coaching, and working with young companies? Okay. And why is it that I have chosen to talk about value, to be able to employ myself full time in that? Why am I an entrepreneur when I could have been in a cushy job somewhere? Okay. So for each of these things that you can see about the person's brand will tell you more if you are looking at the why reason behind it. Okay. In this section, I'm going to try and talk more about products that you have seen around you, categories that you've seen around you. One of the problems that I always have is whenever I start to give examples within branding and marketing, I tend to offend people, right? Because ultimately every product belongs to somebody else, right? And everybody's very biased about their own products or categories. So hopefully this particular section will help you understand a little bit of point of view, but not offend anybody in the room. If it offends somebody, then I'm really sorry about it. Okay, but very important for me to not just know what brand building is, but also to figure out कि आज से अगले 3 महीने में, अगले 6 महीने में, अगले 1 साल में क्या करना चाहिए, right? So I've tried to put a few things together from that point of view. So just a reminder, expectation and experience, they are not yours, right? So your brand is created by the user's expectation and the user's experience. So those are the two things that you have to focus on all the time. Whenever you think that your food, your new product tastes very good, or your new product has the right price, please get it ratified by consumers. Always try and give yourself the benefit of consumer feedback as much as possible. Some of the best feedback from consumers is when they come to buy your product. If they are willing to buy, you've sort of made it. Okay, I think Nilesh touched upon this, right? So consumers are better investors for food brands compared to professional investors, right? And in fact, if consumers are paying for those products, then professional investors will happily pay more. Okay, then in fact they'll pay a premium, right? So your brand is built on somebody else's experience and expectation, and those two you have to highlight. Within the construct of products, there are 5 levels of brand. Okay, the first one is where it is just pure consumer, pure commodity. So like, for example, rice, जो बोरी में मिलता है, free में मिलता है, loose rice जो मिलता है, that is just a commodity, right? So, and most, whether it is rice, whether it is meat, whether it is so many other things, they are all available or were available like this. So that's the base level, absolute base level. The second level is when you package this. So you put this in a pack, and you say dawat rice. Okay. Similarly, if you see here, this is haldi, turmeric. Okay, it's just turmeric in a pack. It is one level above the commodity because the commodity is available loose, and therefore थोड़ा बहुत hygiene के बारे में बात होती है, थोड़ा बहुत शुद्धता के बारे में बात होती है. Okay, but that's just about it. Okay, this entire range of coffee somewhere straddles between this phase of packaged goods and the next level. Okay, so the next level is actually differentiation. So where consumers start to tell you that, look, मेरे घर में 4 लोग हैं, everybody likes coffee, but everybody doesn't like the same coffee. I like doodh wali coffee. My wife likes, black coffee. Mother perhaps likes filter coffee, something of the sort. Okay. So differentiation starts to creep in. Okay. And between differentiation and the next level, which is creating a niche for yourself, is a very, very great space where a lot of Indian brands today operate. Okay. So look at your product and figure out where in these five you are. So for example, Maggi today is essentially noodles, right? But look at Maggi's market share within noodles. In fact, Maggi is the noodles category in India, right? So they have managed to create a very, very strong niche, not just for noodles as a category, but for Maggi as a noodles category. Okay. Domino's. Okay. Domino's may not have the world's best pizza, best tasting pizza. But if you want pizza in 30 minutes, if you are hungry and you want pizza in 30 minutes, in fact, if you are hungry and you look on Zomato, almost everything will say 45 minutes of delivery time. Okay. Domino's is often preferred by people, not because of the pizza quality, but because of the delivery time, that they will come in 30 minutes. So they have created a small niche for themselves on the service of a food product, right? And so has, for that matter, Kellogg's. So they took something like as packaged as cornflakes, and they created a niche within it, created a whole range within it. The best example of premiumization, I think, is Lay's in this slide, where you know that inside the pack you will find wafers. Okay, most of us have grown up eating wafers, but if you if you're sitting at home and if you have to fill up your dabba of wafers, you'll probably buy normal wafers. But the moment you're going out, if you're going for a movie, if you're going out with friends, you will buy a Lay's. The premiumization helps you show people who you are as a consumer. So self-reflection of the consumer is what reflects in premiumization. They are willing to pay more. I'll pay more for a certain kind of watch, even though I know all watches show the same time. And frankly, my phone shows the same time, so I don't need to buy a watch, right? Premiumization is possible in food categories where you are able to associate it with a reflection of the consumer. So very, very, very important to understand where the consumer is. If in this slide, for example, the blue band that on top is the consumer's position, and the whitish band at the bottom is the answer from the manufacturer for that kind of brand level, right? This is a very crude way of putting branding, but I thought at least it's a starting point for very, very young brands. Okay, so what are the immediate actions that you need to take? Okay, three things. Firstly, evaluate where you are. Second is identify which niche you want to be in. And third, you have to invest in the build. This is not, like I said, going to be a single step process, right? So you need to make sure that you are able to invest on a sustained basis into that brand building. Okay. So what do you evaluate? I've just taken the same Haldiwala example. Okay. So where is the customer and where are you now? It tells you. So for example, I've just taken this, if you can see this, just a minute, let me just push this up. Sorry. Okay. So it says Haldi, right? I'm just searching for Haldi, and what I get is Tata Sampan, and I'm getting Catch. Now, what is Catch? Catch, the packaging of Catch simply shows the product, the base product, the absolute commodity product, right? And it talks about Catch ka koi match nahi, which means nothing from a consumer proposition point of view. It is simply telling you that if you have heard of Catch the brand, we also make turmeric, we also package Haldi now, right? And this is the absolute base level of packaged product creation, branded creation. Okay, because it is so simple, it attracts the largest amount of competition. If you just go right now and search for Haldi on Amazon or on Flipkart, you'll know what I mean. On Big Basket, you'll know what I mean. Okay, this also means that private labels come in. So, for example, this brand Vedaka is actually an Amazon brand. Okay, so Amazon said, hey, if you can package turmeric, why can't I? And the easiest way to recognize such brands is that it is absolute commodity product packaged into just a fancy packaging. And most of what they write about that packaging is also not awesome because they're not able to. There is nothing else that they have done. So your product is equal to my product, is equal to somebody else's product. So there will be 5 or 10 healthy brands, which will all be the same. And the consumer also knows it, because this is what, you have, this is the only thing you managed to do. You managed to take a commodity and package it. In this case, it becomes a buyer's market, right? So the buyer will say, if everything is going to be the same, then I'll choose the cheapest one. I'll choose the one which will come the fastest. or I'll choose the one which I have used before and I know it works. So you're not making the consumer evaluate in favor of your brand by staying at this level. This is just packaged commodity, right? So first thing, evaluate where you are and see if you can make a difference at that level of evaluation. So second step, how do you identify your niche? So I'm still taking the same category, Haldi only. Okay. Look at two other examples within Haldi. So we saw Catch. This is Tata Sampann. Okay. What have they tried to do? They have tried to latch on to one consumer truth that they heard somewhere or figure out somewhere. Okay. That a certain percentage of procurement is important from knowledgeable consumers' point of view because they think that it has anti-inflammatory properties. It is that level of curcumin is important even from a taste perspective. All of those things. So Tata Sampann, while listed in the same category as Catch, has a certain understanding of a certain kind of consumer. This is a slightly evolved consumer, maybe a little bit more knowledgeable, maybe a little bit more educated. Also, somebody who's willing to listen to the Tata name and borrow from that master brand. All of that. Okay. In the same category is also this. If you can see this, this is Conscious Foods. Okay, Conscious Foods is a very well-known organic brand. Not all products perhaps are organic, but it's an organic brand where the haldi, the turmeric powder, is written in much smaller font than the brand itself. So people who pick up this particular pack will pick it up because they know of Conscious Foods, because they believe Conscious Foods is not going to cheat them, right? And that's why I call this concentric circle strategy, which means you establish yourself in one category, you make sure that that category, people trust you, people know you, your brand name starts to matter in that category, and then you move to an adjacency, then you move to multiple products, then you figure out what kind of products you can apportion that level of branding to, right? And all of this in today's world is very, very important because whatever you do, you are always public. Like I never went into any shop to take pictures of this, right? I just sat at my own desk and I picked all of these from the internet. So what happens on social media, what happens about word of mouth, what happens perhaps in WhatsApp groups more than Facebook is much more important because your brands get spoken about whether you want to speak about them or not. So if your brand, if your packaged commodity delivers a bad experience, some WhatsApp group of some women somewhere is talking about it. And that will probably reflect in the kind of offtake that you will have 2 weeks down the line or 3 weeks down the line. But therefore, it is very, very important to make sure that people who have interface with your brand, who have an experience of your brand, have a good experience, and that your brand is able to deliver slightly more than what it did as a packaged commodity, right? The third thing in this case, the last thing perhaps to do in this case, and I've continued taking the same Haldiwala example, this Himalayan turmeric powder is also in the same category. I didn't have the space to put more screenshots from it, but please go and try and see it. It's present in the same listing. The attempt to understand the audience, the attempt to understand what this particular type of audience expects or wants to see and how to communicate it is something that they have done. And that's why, it's very easy to take proprietary foods and try and give you branding examples. I've tried to stick to almost a commodity like turmeric powder, right? The other example that I've picked for this page is coffee, because I don't want to show you that this is a one-off. Okay, this can be done by category after category, product after product. Almost everything we consume is or at some point of time in the past was a commodity. So starting from a commodity is not bad. Staying a commodity is probably where you are eroding value for yourself and your entire team. Because if you create it into a brand, then it starts to stand out, right? There are lots of people who say, I can't drink any coffee. Agar Nescafe nahi hai, to phir chhod do. Right? So, and there are niche opportunities within that. So like I was talking earlier about niches, Rage Coffee, and there are about, I think, 8 or 10 startups now of some scale that operate in the coffee vertical, only in the coffee vertical, right? And they have managed to take away market share from Nescafe, because while Nescafe is a mass brand, okay, Rage Coffee and the likes of Rage Coffee are able to find small niches which are perhaps more profitable and easier to reach to, because they are people of a certain type tend to bind together. So therefore, they are able to give them an experience, and that experience leads to the premiumization of the product, right? So these, in my mind, were 3 ways to ensure that you are able to start your branding journey. This is by I'm repeating this again and again, this is by no means the culmination. But these are three things that you need to look for. You need to ensure that you have reach, which means don't please ask 15 consumers. Okay. Try and get as much consumer experience as wide as possible. Always remain relevant. So if turmeric powder is the category that you have chosen to spend your life with, find out the relevance of turmeric powder in different instances of the consumer's life. Always focus on what the consumer wants, then decide what your product can become. And the third thing is reactions. Like I said, please ensure that you look at people's behavior, not what they say. Right? We all have friends, like who say, "Chal milte, chal milte, chal milte," and then there are friends who will actually land up under your building and say, "I'm downstairs, come down." Right? So look for behaviors, because all of us like brands that are dependable. Right? And that's the reason why these three R's are important. One last thing, one perhaps second last thing, if I can call it that, is all brand building is an investment. So the way you put money into packaging, the way you put money into manufacturing, the way you put money into supply chain, into promotion and all of that, brand building is also an investment. So if you're not able to recover multiple X of the amount of money that you put into your brand building, then you're probably not doing the right thing, right? And so that premiumization capability should show up in the balance sheet. It should show up in market reputation. It should be able to help you acquire new people in your team. People should want to work on your brand, and ability to win, which is essentially increase in market share. So increasing the size of the market and increasing the size of the market share. So brand building, while it seems like a very hazy area, actually has very, very, very tangible results to show for itself. And these are 4 areas where you can see it, right? So beyond this is the entire domain of marketing. So there's go to market, there's market share gains, there's marketing itself as a whole ocean. And so I just wanted to put it out there because some people tend to stop with only what they hear in one presentation. So I just wanted to make sure that you understand that this is a journey that you start and then move in this direction. I think I'm almost up. So in sum, I would say, remember that a brand is a contract. It's a contract between your customers' expectations and their experience, and you are the stakeholder who's supposed to bring these two together at least. Okay, in terms of how to start building your brand, figure out who your audience is, figure out what their insight is, which other people have not cracked so far, and figure out why they should choose you over other brands in the same category. In terms of immediate actions, you should be able to figure out, like I said, where you are, where your product is between a commodity and a premium brand. Identify your niche, start with one niche, start with 1 or 2 niches if you can, and then invest in this building process, because you're building what you build as a brand at level 1 helps you fund or get funded for level 2 and level 3, right? And then of course, please do not stop here. There is a lot of life to go beyond this. I think I'm done. And since we are not taking questions right now, thank you so much for your time. I think I've managed to do it like a minute to spare.
Wow, Aditya, wonderful session. Yeah, I loved it. Yeah, I'm just thinking, how can a person can become a brand and we can think in the same direction? So I loved it. We always take FST as a brand we talk about, or people take ourselves as a brand we talk about. Love the session. Wonderful. Aditya.
Thank you so much.
You speak so well always. Like so glued to it. Abhi next kya aane wala hai, It's so fun. Oh, wonderful. So can I really allow me to present my screen?
Sorry, I have another conference to go to, so I will take your leave if you don't mind, and hopefully I'll get to meet you again. If anybody wants to reach out, my LinkedIn, my Twitter is already available. Ritesh sir knows how to find me at any time of day and night. so sorry to do this, guys, but I need to leave. Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
What we'll do, any questions come, we'll bounce back to you and we'll share the
please,
people so they can, one over can connect you for the questions.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Anytime. Always happy to. Thank you so much.
Yeah, great. ID, please allow me to share my screen. Awesome. I can share it now. Okay, here we were. Okay, awesome. So the next speaker for us is a Harman Sachdeva. Like, he's a great friend and he's a great investor. Let me share about him. So Harman like worked for 16 years in as an investing experience. He was a part of early team at multiple leading private equity firm and managed more than $1 billion in OM, and he's one of the most successful domestic platform in India. Harman spent the last decade at the multiples and was a part of several successful investment across the financial services, consumer, industrial, and consumer tech. His last role was as an MD for the leading consumer investment for the firm. He's also an avid angel investor. Hope you're listening it, and has invested in 7 companies so far. Many of these have been gone to raise subsequent fund from tier 1 VCs. He's currently incubating a couple of direct to consumer food ventures. And by the way, Herman is like his engineer and is also an MBA from IM. So and I personally know Herman from like last couple of years, and always so fun to hear his idea, and the way he mentioned about the investment and financial sector is mind blowing. I mean, I think I'm sure the delegates here will take the full benefit of his talk. So over to you, Herman. Let me stop sharing the screen. I will let you to share the screen.
Thank you so much, Ritesh. Let me just try and share my screen. I think it's disabled right now.
Yeah, I think there's some lag period, I guess.
Yeah. So I guess till that comes up, first of all, I think thank you so much, Ritesh, Ashutoshji, for having me. It's an absolute privilege and honor. And I think the 2 sessions that preceded me have been excellent. So I'm confused whether they've made my job easier or more difficult. But I'll try and do justice and build on some of the concepts that the 2 speakers spoke about, and hope to do some justice. I still cannot share my screen though.
So you can.
Okay.
Now you can. Yeah.
Now I can. Thank you. Yeah. Perfect. So I think I will probably cover what Nilesh covered from a startups angle. I'll try and cover that from an investor's angle. About me, I think Ritesh already spoke about my profile. Only change has been, instead of 7 investments, now I've invested in 10. So this number keeps growing by the day, I guess. Very quickly, I guess you guys, if you've not heard, you probably have been living under a rock, but India has been in the middle of an unprecedented funding boom, right? To 2021, about $42 billion went into Indian unlisted companies. We have 85 unicorns, which is the 3rd highest number in the world. And these unicorns together combine about $283 billion of valuation. Totally about 4,400 startups have been funded so far in India. And all this wealth creation, the success of early startups, what it has done is it has created a multiplier effect. The number of institutional investors has I think quadrupled in the last few years. There's been a boom in the number of angel investors, and people who are familiar with the Naz Apna Apna and from that vintage will probably relate to this meme. Everybody is an investor now, and which is a good thing, very good thing for us. Startup culture has also gone mainstream. All right, I think Nilesh mentioned Shark Tank India, which comes on Sony, and I would highly recommend the young folks here to follow it and see what's happening. What's happened is, in Indian households, middle class households, startups are being spoken about, discussed, and this culture has become mainstream. And you can say a lot with that, right? In the 80s, for example, any professional wanted to get a government job first or a PSU sector job. Then after liberalization, it was IT services, which was the flag bearer of middle class mobility. It was also going abroad. We could go to US or in my case, Canada. Right. And now that whole aspiration has shifted to either starting up on your own or joining a startup, which is, I think, a very good indicator for where this country is headed. So I think that is that is what is happening today. Now, why is this happening, right? Why are we suddenly, in the last, I would say, 10 years, become a startup nation? I think there are multiple changes which are happening in India in parallel. One is the whole digitization wave, and this covers things like, mobility, internet data speeds, internet data costs, AI, ML, everything. All kind of digital technologies have come together and made life more convenient, payments more convenient, and reduce cost and friction in the overall business environment. Second thing which is happening is urbanization. This is an ongoing process, but what digitization has done is it's moved consumption away from only the metros and taken it to tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 towns, right? And even further, I would say. GDP growth, I think this is all we are aware of. I would say the initial startups, maybe the 5-10%, or the early wave of startups are essentially concentrating on the top 5% or 10% of Indian households. Now, what has started happening is a lot of ideas in the Bharat opportunity, right, which is much larger, but probably more difficult to crack. And those startups have started becoming big now. Meesho's is a case in point. The other thing, mega trend, I would say we are seeing is sustainability. There's a huge push from governments, institutions towards preventing climate change, towards making this a more sustainable business environment. And consumers are picking up on that trend as well, sometimes leading that trend as well. They're becoming more conscious in their choices. So this is a very high-level overview and context of what is happening today. And I'll try to cover a few trends that I see in the B2C food and FMCG industry. I think trend number one has been the rise of challenger brands. Now, you could call them D2C brands, which is direct to consumer, which means they cut out the middleman and take their product directly from their website to the consumer. It's a little bit of a misnomer because most brands actually are not D2C brands in India. They started out as D2C brands. They are digital first brands. They probably start with a website, but they very soon go into other channels as well, like Amazon, big baskets of the world, and also offline world, right? So that is the journey that typically these challenger brands take. Now, why are we seeing, and at last count, I think Inc. 42, which maintains a roster of these brands, counted about 600 odd D2C brands in India or challenger brands in India. Now, why are we seeing this proliferation? It was driven by a few things, right? First of all, the FMCG industry has been sitting pretty, and they've got some very strong votes historically. That's changing, and that's been changing for the last 10 years. It's probably now we are towards the fag end of that arbitrage, which early startups exploited. Earlier, how brands used to be built was through mass media, either through TV advertising, print advertising, which required a certain scale and minimum investments running into crores, right? What's happened now is that anyone with a YouTube channel and Instagram can reach out to consumers. They are also becoming more expensive channels, but at least to begin with, they give you a head start into building your audience. Secondly, the huge distribution strength that FMCG companies had. You would hear about X number of distributors reaching 1 million outlets and so on, which is the strength of ITC, HULs of the world. That's become less relevant. It's still very, very relevant. I would say 80% of the market, 90% of the market is still there, but it's changing. Now you could actually list your product on Amazon and you can cover almost 90% of the pin codes in India. Similarly, with Big Basket, you could actually reach 24, 25 cities. I think that's what they're present in. You could actually reach out to those number of cities in a very short period of time. Thirdly, the data that is available now, many of these companies, HULs, spend a lot of time and a lot of energy understanding their consumers. And these consumer insights that Aditya also spoke about used to be a differentiator and a moat. Now, with your own website, you have access to data. In fact, you have more data than what you can do with it. But you can get your own data and understand what consumers are saying, what consumers are doing on your website, right? And take feedback firsthand. Secondly, I think capital, like I said, is available. Manufacturing can be contract manufactured. Products can be contract manufactured. Logistics-wise, you don't have to really set up your own logistics. You have people like ShipRocket, Shadowfax, Delivery. Dunzos of the world which can deliver your product. So the entry barrier to creating a brand has been lowered dramatically. That doesn't mean it's become very easy to scale a brand, but at least the entry point has been, I would say the entry gates have been thrown open. Now, if you see, many of these challenger brands have been growing much faster than what traditional brands or incumbent brands ever grew. 100 crore used to be this big magical number in investor as well as I think operator circles to say if you reach 100 crores, then you made something, right? You've arrived. That number has probably moved to a 500 crore now, but also the time taken to get to 100 crores has been dramatically lowered. Licious, which is an investment of my previous firm, became a 100 crore company in less than 3 years. Similarly, Country Delight took 4 years. Muscle Blaze, which is a nutrition brand, took less than 3 years actually. So the time taken to create brands is also dramatically getting lower. So the first was challenger brands. The second thing which is happening now and which is fairly recent, with COVID, e-commerce penetration has been turbocharged. It was already happening in certain categories like mobile phones or apparel. Food not so much earlier, and it's kind of doubled. The penetration has doubled in the last 1 year, I would say, for food companies. Right. The other thing which is happening is rise of quick commerce, and you saw grocers rebranding themselves as Blinkit to kind of drive home the point that they're a quick commerce company. So everything is now getting delivered to you in 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and 15 minutes is actually considered a bit on the higher end. So what this would do is this would change the way consumers behave. Like if I take the example of Licious, earlier people used to plan when they wanted to have non-veg in their house, because you had to actually go get it. Somebody had to stand at that butcher shop, make sure that he was giving the right quality, etc., etc. Come back, and it used to be an event in itself, right? So you had to pre-plan your consumption in some way. Now you can order from Licious or Fresh to Home or any of the other tender cuts and so on, other players in that space, and you can get that product delivered to you fresh in a very nice packaging in less than 2 hours, right? And this number is actually coming down. So other products you can get in 15 minutes and 10 minutes and so on. So what that can lead to is you don't have to pre-plan your consumption. You can do just-in-time ordering. Shelf life requirement from a product perspective can go down because I'm not storing it, right? I'm just maybe a ready-to-cook brand, for example. I'm just calling the gravy now and using it right away. It's more impulse, more choice, right? So these are the things which will happen, and that has already started as a trend. The other thing is, I think this has been fairly well covered in the media and everywhere else. A lot of consumer preferences are changing, right? And large companies have not been the most nimble. Sometimes they know what is happening, but they are not able to cater to it because of either global mandates or they believe it is too early for them to invest resources. So startups have been capitalizing on these trends, right? What are these? And I've tried to list it down in order of what I think, in terms of size and the impact that these are having. Everyone wants to have healthier products. Nobody wants to compromise on taste. So that's also true. Focus on protein and other supplements, huge focus. And I think one of the startups will talk about this. They play in that space. Fresh, pure staples, right? Rise of A2 milk or ghee. Brands like Country Delight have built this very successfully. Organic staples, the example that Aditya was giving. Meat, Licious, fruits like players like Frazo. So these are big trends. And there are other trends like, there are brands which are coming up to focus on a very specific problem solution for a chosen niche, like a women's health brand or elderly care brand, right? Like if you look at, I'm an investor in one of the brands called Man Matters, which addresses only, the millennial 2 or 3 categories they address, like sexual wellness, hair fall, and I think it's weight loss. So these 3 they're very focused on. They know who their customer is. They talk to him on a very regular basis, and they're only building products for that, right? Similarly, Ayurveda brands like Kapiva have brought back the goodness of Ayurveda in a more luxurious format. Big one, sugar-free, gluten-free, no unknown ingredients is a big trend in itself, and so on. There are other like plant-based alternative meats, alt milk, special diets like keto, and so on. So there are a lot of changes which are happening, and what that means is that large companies are not going to be either they're going to ignore it or they're going to be slow at it, and that creates opportunities for startups to actually go after these spaces. Now, this is the broad context in the food and beverage space, and I just want to cover a few points regarding, if you're thinking of starting up, because I was told that the audience is also a lot of students and young folks who may be looking at starting up or joining a startup. I think from my experience, 5 pieces of advice that I put on, and these are very similar to what the earlier speakers also spoke about. The biggest one is, do not start with a product first thinking, and I've seen that with people who come from technical backgrounds, right? They start with the product. They want to improve, or they've made a breakthrough in either the process, and they think that's the idea of a startup. No, I think you have to think customer first. What is the big problem that you're solving for the customer? And it has to be a meaningful problem for which the customer would be ready to pay, and therefore you can profit from it, right? So very recently, there was this startup which was pitching in Shark Tank India, and he happened to be from my engineering college, and he's a inventor, and he's made 7 inventions and got 3 patents and so on. He didn't get funded. The reason for that is he was not solving a problem. He was just very happy inventing things which were innovative, but they were not necessarily solving a big problem in the market. So that's my, I think, most crucial piece of advice. Start with a big problem and see how you can solve it. Aditya spoke about niches, right? And how in the turmeric category, people have taken various dishes, either an organic dish or a fortified turmeric or whatever, or coffee, right? There are 2 things which a startup can do, right? One, focus on the trend, because a trend is what will help you create a business, right? You cannot really change consumer habits because you don't have the resources for it. And neither can you compete head on with very large companies. So focus on what the trends are. Are you an early catcher onto that trend? Maybe it is a small trend right now and you believe it will become bigger, but don't try to be too early in a trend. Like I've invested in a startup which is in the hemp space, which is cannabis and CBD, and it's a very big market globally. And they've been at it for 8-9 years now. But unfortunately, in India, the stigma that is attached, the lack of awareness of the goodness of hemp and so on, it's not taken off. So maybe they're too early, and that's something which you should avoid because you don't have resources to last that long. Choose a niche that is getting ignored by the big boys. I think Aditya spoke a lot about niches. Differentiate or die, right? I mean, when you are fighting in the market against an incumbent, he has many advantages. He has scale, he has legacy, he has existing customers, he has brand equity that you cannot match it initially, and so on, right? So how are you going to win against or survive against this competition? One disadvantage that large companies have is that they are not able to disrupt themselves. Many of them are not able to disrupt themselves. It's very difficult for, let's say, a brand manager in a 100-year-old brand to go and tell the management that we are going to change the formulation. I mean, there's just too much at stake for that brand to take a complete break from the past. So sugar is one example where I see a lot of incremental innovations. Typically what's happening is hidden innovation as well, hidden reformulation as well. People would bring down the sugar content and slowly add stevia and mention it as some INS label or whatever. So they know it is difficult for them to disrupt themselves, and that is what gives you that opportunity. So use that as an advantage. Don't think incremental, think disruptive. Think what you can do, what an incumbent would not think about it, right? Second last point, think big, execute small. What that means is when you are starting a startup, the tendency is to basically look at the overall vision and say, I want to be the largest X in India. I want to build a 5,000 crore company and so on. And that is required because, as I'll discuss, VCs and professional investors are looking at unicorns, right? They're looking at big bits. So there's huge pressure on startups to think big. What is your TAM? Oh, it's too small. So, and so on. But what you need to do is probably think big, show that vision to your investors, show that vision to your partners and employees, but execute in a very, very narrow way, because that's all the resources you will have. So please focus on one thing and do it well, so that others are not able to compete with you, at least on that one thing. So that's what I would say. Finally, I think this is well covered today. Don't ignore marketing. A lot of people focus on products and they think about marketing, and marketing means the entire distribution plus marketing plus branding and everything, right? It's if I had to pick one side and say which one is more important, is it the product or is it the distribution / marketing? I would pick the distribution marketing side, right? If you have an audience today, it's a very big advantage, either through a community or a YouTube channel. You don't even need to have a product to create an audience today. So please also think about how you're going to market your product, how you're going to sell your product, and not just about what product you're going to make. Understanding fundraising, right? I spoke about this just a while back. One thing you should understand, that professional investors are not looking for small winners. That's not the model of a venture firm. A typical model of a venture firm is they would invest in, let's say, 10, 15, whatever, X number of companies. They would expect half that number to actually fail and give them zero return, right? Zero, even the capital won't come back. And they would expect 2 or 3 very big winners, which would not just take care of the capital which was lost, but which would more than make up for the returns that of the whole overall portfolio. So typically people look for 10x multiple, 20x, 100x, and if you don't have those, you are frankly not a successful venture firm. That's how the model is structured, fortunately or unfortunately. So whenever you are thinking about venture capital, think whether you have a scalable business. Think whether you are ready to run that race of, the treadmill of trying to create a very large business, because that's what professional investors or VCs would want. And some take a different approach. It's not a broad brush thing. There are very patient investors who have been at it for the last 10 years. People like DSG, Fireside, and they take a little bit of a different approach. But I'm talking venture capital in general. If you want to build a small profitable business for your lifestyle, for your wealth, please do not raise venture capital. Please look at alternative means of financing. There are many today, friends and family, of course, your own money. You could raise from the government. You could, the best is if you could raise money from your customers, right? I mean, sell to your customers and generate revenue and plow that back into your business. So not every business is meant for venture capital. Just think about how it's, how your business is structured. If you do decide to go into the VC route, then I would say, the first stage is, there's something called a pre-seed stage, but I mean, it's a little bit of splitting here kind of a thing. So the first stage is seed stage, right? Typically, you would raise anywhere between 25 lakh to $1 million, depending on how big is your idea, what is the capital required, what's your experience, are you a first-time founder, second-time founder, etc., etc. That would be the first check that an investor would write to you. And you would need, even before this, you would need a proof of concept, or at least, a product in hand and some amount of skin in the game, either through your own money, friends and family, or angel investors who are mentors to you, who believe in you and have, given their stamp of approval, if not in very large sums, but small sums. And then you can approach the professional investors like pre-seed VCs and seed stage VCs and so on. At this stage, the most important thing is the team. Complementary teams, co-founder, how do they fit each other, how do they know each other, how do they work with each other, and so on. Vision, I spoke about. What is the core product that you are addressing? What is the core need that you are addressing? And whether it's a large market and an attractive market and money can be made on it. This money, seed money, is essentially to help you find product market fit. which is basically product proof of concept with real customers and some feedback to tweak and so on. Once you navigate this stage, the next stage is Series A, which is essentially a scaling up journey. Your problems shift from, who's my customer, who's buying my customer, are the customers liking my product? Your problem shift from that to, I have so much demand, I'm not able to cater. My website is crashing. My logistics partner is not able to cope up, etc., etc. So your problems change, and what you need is money to kind of solve these problems, which are about growth. And typically, this is the realm of the professional venture capitalists. Anywhere between $5 million to $1 million is the check size. Very key metrics, and this is very important for any brand. Growth, of course, customer satisfaction, but these three terms: AOV, which is average order value; gross margin, which is your profit after taking out your variable costs and material costs; and what is the repeat rate for your category. This is very important because if you have a digital first strategy, which most likely you will, it is very, very important to get these three numbers right, so that the business becomes sustainable. It is very difficult to, let's say, if you have a 10% gross margin on a 100 rupee product, you just can't sell it off online, right? It's not going to work out. The customer acquisition cost is just going to be very, very high. So, so think about these parameters as well when you are thinking about your business. And lastly, I would say, the most discussed question, but the least, I would say, answered. Valuation depends a lot on, I get that a lot. How do you determine valuation for a startup, or how should I look at a valuation for my company and so on? Frankly, at this stage, it's about, whether I believe in your vision or someone else believes in your vision, and what does that vision plus execution capability that you have worth in the future, and therefore what money could a venture capitalist or an angel investor make. So it's more art than science. I've seen people jump from 10 crore valuations to 50 crore valuations in the course of a meeting. So obviously there's no science to it that the answer can change so much, but it's largely about being being able to sell the vision, and obviously the team capabilities as well. Execution is very, very important. Ideas are a commodity, like I think Nilesh had mentioned. So please focus on having both a great idea, a good business model, and the execution in your team. Lastly, I will end by saying that it's these are best of times for startup investors. These are best of time for startup founders. So jump in and experience the thrill in it. Thank you so much.
Wow, Hemant, thank you so much for the session. Amazing session. Like the way you're mentioning the numbers were so for easy to understand. But we always at the start we always hear, itna crore, itna funding mila hai, utna funding mila hai. You always see those numbers and always hear about the way you mentioned them, and the way the journey about this was awesome. What we'll do, we have positive of time here, but we should have another session maybe sometime, maybe next quarter or something, where we talk about what document we should make to get a funding, what the manual detail it should be, what taxation we can mention. You mentioned about art and the science about getting the amount. We always worry. We always think, itna funding kaise mil sakta hai? Company ka turnover itna hi crore tha, itna kaise ho sakta hai? And we believe, something is possible. Or something difficult for most of people like me who are from science and technology background, difficult to understand because we only do the maths. We only do plus and plus and plus. We don't know how to have that art. So
if it is any comfort, it is as difficult for us as well.
But I love the session. I'm sure there are many more sessions. When I've seen it, many people demand for such things. They always ask for such things. We'll have more such sessions on this.
Sure,
absolutely. It was very wonderful. Can IT request me to present the screen? Oops, I still can't present. Okay, till the time mighty allow me to share the screen. The next topic, what we thought about, talking about some success stories. So we understand now the branding, we understand how to get the money, we know how to talking about investment. But let's see some success story behind the startup. And we're not going on very, very big company, not talking about 1,000 crores and things, but people who started now and they're in journey of doing it. And how and the whole idea is how can the people take advantage of it. So how, all the startups who are aiming to be in that domain. So as someone rightly mentioned, the people who are like in 5 crore and 5 crore to 25 crores, my numbers may be wrong, my bandwidth may be wrong. This is what we understand as a numbers, and going to 100 crore plus, and the whole idea is हर एक के अलग challenge होते हैं. अभी तो प्रोडक्ट क्या बना है वहां से चैलेंज शुरू हो जा रहे हैं, ऐसे लग रहा है कि क्या बना है जो बिकेगा, राइट. सो प्रोडक्ट से शुरू नहीं करते, कस्टमर से डिमांड से शुरू करते हैं. सो दिस अ वेरी गुड पॉइंट. सो but very well said, Harman. We usually think we can make this and we are good in making these. When we also make sometimes mistake, people come to us and we thought कि प्रोडक्ट कैसे बनाने हैं तो बताओ पहले आप, then we talk about consumer को क्या चाहिए सोचते हैं पहले. So really, so what we thought of like taking this next, we're talking about some success stories, and we are like 4 such success stories here, and we go on and we try to like get from different, right, from a Jaggery like who Kushal is doing, to the Food Strong where Karishma's man done from last 7.5 years, to Olina like almost like 5 years now they're doing it, and then we'll see the next one with Pratik sir about his vegan thing, which is so hot topic these days. Please allow me. रुकना पड़ेगा sir. I don't know. They're not allowing me to share anything.
So I think no problem.
I can finally.
Oh, that's okay.
Awesome. So here, Harman.
Yeah, it means we can now request that's in immediately
Yes,
after finishing that one presentation, that sharing the right should be transferred to Ritesh ji. So IT admin, please note it.
Great. So I request Ashutosh ji would share about Pratik ji, and want to hear more from him.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you very much, Ritesh ji. Pratik, what we are knowing from his screen is one part. I'll present that. I have a duty to do that. But more what I know of Pratik, with quite a few interaction which I had with him in past something 3 years or so. So I'll start with that what is coming from my heart. That both the co-founders of that VWedge, Pratik and his better half, I'll say. So both are such an energetic guy that means meeting them is energizing yourself. So that's the beauty of both of them have. Pratik is a businessman and turned food entrepreneur with a 14-year experience. And today, what we want to hear from him, his journey, which he has had in VWedge food, which is innovation driven, whereby he have brought many products from kebab and all those things, imitating meat. When we say it vegan, what Ritesh used the word, or we are calling it plant-based meat, or protein-rich or sustainable protein. So that's the innovation which he has in his product. And education background is MSc in Management and Finance from Sussex University, UK, postgraduate diploma in business, Newcastle University, UK, and bachelor's in business administration, RNIS College of Management, India. So over to you. Probably our youngsters or many from audience beyond youngsters are eager to hear you. Over to you, Pratik. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Ashutosh, for giving me the opportunity, and thank you to all the stakeholders of the association to having given us the opportunity to speak in front of everyone. I still remember I went on to NIFTIM, I think around more than 3 years back, having to met Mr. Upadhyay, and me and my wife wanted to do something in the to take these things into the newer section of the society. What new could be done? Where is the market gaps? And coming back from business families, we again from the food segment, we wanted to do something new. Now, if you guys would allow me to share my screen. Very quickly to the journey that me and my wife have taken since past more than 2 years now. BVeg is a food manufacturing company which are wanting to offer high quality, sustainable plant-based products for the global market. Now, coming to the first few things, which I feel that are the very core things that we need to bring forward. First is the vision. As Mr. Husband said, yes, we want to be the world's best integrated plant-based food company. Our mission is very clear. We want it to be a trusted company for producing sustainable, high-quality plant-based products that are healthy, delicious, and planet-friendly. Core values that we always stick to and adhere to are striving for excellence, ethics, trust, transparency, commitment to our customers, suppliers, and community, and safety, nutrition, and sustainability. Just moving on. Now, let's understand from a global perspective first that what was the need behind plant-based foods and why we are doing what we are doing. So first thing first, yes, there is a global hunger epidemic that is coming up. In the few years, the amount of food that you would need to feed the global population is going to be much more than what is it right now. So we need to make sure that we have that kind of food available for everyone. Secondly, deterioration of the health. Some of you guys would already know, and I would understand that you would that having to have the way where we have been having our food in terms of our meat is not so healthy as compared to the vegetarian diet that we could lead to. Third, yes, it has a great impact on the climate. We all are understanding from a sustainable point of view that just eating animals and feeding them what we can eat in a right way could just create a right platform for ourselves and would be much more efficient moving forward. And yes, again, the last but not the least is again the land use that we have to have for creating these products. So if you want to understand, soybean would just take 2 meters square. Again, pork with much more than that, and beef even much more higher. Coming back to the global opportunity that we are also talking about from a financial perspective, the market has been ever growing since I would say the past 4 years, where it has come up into the light. So if we have to believe the recent reports, it has already crossed $5 billion as we currently speak, and it is going to be much more in the recent years to come. If we have to believe on the A.T. Kearney report itself, so by 2035, we're expecting it to be a $370 billion market. And in terms of the growth wise, if I have to say the growth in the Western Europe segment, the Northern America, which are more on the, I would say the developed country side, has been a little more on the higher side as compared to the other segments of the world, but because of the other challenges that it comes along with. Now, coming on to the why in India itself, we predominantly feel from a very broader point of view that is India a meat eating country, or is it India a vegetarian country? Well, we both are right in our own cases. Yes, if we have to feel that most of our population, which is 70%, is non-vegetarian, but in terms of how much amount of meat do we eat is quite lesser in terms of the larger number. Now, if I have to say just on the recent report done by Deloitte on the particular chapter, it is to be believed that the market size of this particular segment is going to be nearly $460 million market in India itself, with an export opportunity for the global market of 1.1 billion which is more than double of the Indian market size itself. Collectively, it is somewhere close to $1.3 billion market just in the next few years to come. So if I have to say, nearly 8 years to come from now. The amount of jobs that it is going to create in the coming years, it's fairly large. Now, coming to the point, India has its own challenge. If I would have to put it this way, we did not went on to the eating meat first and then changing as an alternative protein. We also have to look at the bigger challenge that we have, that does India as a population, are we consuming enough protein that we should be? And the answer is no. If we look at from a very broader perspective, we have not been eating amount of protein that is required, and which is why more than 80% of the population is again a protein deficient. And the biggest part, which is irony, is 93% of the people are even don't know where can they intake their protein from. Moving on, the challenges that has been there in the plant-based meat sector. One is the lack of well-equipped processing facilities. Just to quote a small point, and I think some of my fellow attendees would have it on their screen, that and also would know Impossible Foods. They said that they had to overrun an outgo and order of Burger King itself because they did not have the right manufacturing facility to be able to do it. Secondly, it's a lot of research intensive. It's unlike the products that has been there in the market right now. A lot of research and science is involved, and which is why a great team that I have got from Mr. Upadhyay's batch itself has done a commendable job in the recent past. Thirdly, pricing. On the larger perspective, people also want to look at that, whether these products are going to be on the price parity of the real meat or no, and how do we unlock that market. Second last, capital intensive. It is required a lot of time and capital to be able to do the research, as well as to create processing facilities to be able to create these products in the right way. And last but not the least, limited product offering. If you talk about Beyond Meat, Impossible Burger, there has been 4 or 5 SKUs, which are okay in its own nature, but we need, in order to unlock the market as a whole, we need to also understand what all could be done for the market and what should we bring forward so that we can unlock that market for ourselves. In terms of our solution, what Beverage brings on board, first, we have our in-house product development team. Second, we do private labeling and co-manufacturing. So anyone coming up to us and saying that, okay, I have a market access, I would like to take this, the opportunity to take these products to the market, would you be able to supply it? An answer would be yes. Thirdly, we are creating a lot bigger, diverse menu itself, so that we have enough to offer for each of the segments. As India is a diverse country itself, we need to also understand that each of those applications would be separate. And in order to offer that, we have to make sure that we are equipped to do that. And lastly, but not the least, we are bringing in India's first high moisture extrusion technology in India, by which we would be able to also create high full muscle meat solution products, which are in the segmentation of tikkas and so on. What do we bring on the table, and why is it a winning proposition as a whole? So first, product development. One would just have to come to us and say, okay, I'm ready to go to the market. One, we'll start it from the product development. Secondly, we also do the ingredient sourcing, private label, and do the manufacturing. Now, in terms of the manufacturing, we would have forming lines, hand folding, obviously extrusion, and then a sausage line. So in all, we would be able to create a very diverse product line, product segmentation for our consumers. Some of the products that market has not seen so far as the Indian market is concerned, yes, the high moisture extruded product, but also certain products like fish fillets, bacon rashes, and so on, which we have been able to create in-house in our by a expert team, and which we would be taking to the market in the recent times. And the kind of working that we are doing, that we are aiming to be, is to also have the world-class certification, so that why just India, but also to cater to the world market by taking these products to the global level. I think I do not have to mention this. The team in which amongst whom that I'm speaking about surely understands that food safety management systems and in what way we would be taking this forward. I would like to take this for a second and then talk about it on terms of our approach. So you would see the beverage processing unit is in the center. We are in the phase 1 itself. We are already creating a farm gate infrastructure as well, whereby we will be sourcing vegetables directly from our farmers that we would be needing for the end products that we make. In the future point, we would also be doing an extraction plant of our own that is in the phase 2, so that we are able to create a full linkage between a farm to fork for the consumers. In the forward integration, this is an older slide, but in terms of our B2B proposition, we do food service, retail, and also the private label segment. In the recent past, we have partnered with a couple of brands, which is one of them is 24/7 based in Delhi. The other one is Haldiram, which is India's biggest snack food market. With them, we're going to be taking many other products to the global market. And a few of the announcements are going to be coming in the next 5 to 10 days itself. In terms of our B2C brand, we are projecting it to be taking out to the market by the end of this year itself. Some of the products that are already there in that we have already created, certain pops, kebabs, nuggets, patties of different type, grilled, tandoori, breaded, and so on. Some of the other products that we are also working on, the whole muscle meat solution, which is on the left. We also have the sausage, the keema, and so on. And in terms of our hand-folded products that we have also done, so we've recently done keema samosas with Haldiram, that in which we went out to sell 5 tons of product within the span of 20 days, which has been a big number for ourselves, and we give it a pat on ourselves for that. In terms of the processing plant, the processing plant is just getting ready, and we should be ready in the next 1.5 to 2 months itself in the final stages, just outside Delhi. It's India's biggest and plant-based meat, integrated plant-based meat facility. Phase 1 would be 4,000 metric ton of capacity, and the phase 2 would be 12,000 metric ton in a totality. I'm sorry for the last digit wrong. We are expecting it to be ready in Q1 2022 rather than 2021. Mistake there. In terms of our lineage, where we come from, so one is on the Harshna side, where we are India's leading traders for fresh fruits and vegetables. We have our 6 cold stores. One is in Delhi, near Niftim, and the other 5 are in Kashmir. We have also Southeast Asia's biggest pack house for apples, and we have government partnerships there where we work very closely with IFCO, Kisan, NAFED, and so on. On the other side, in the cone company, we are one of the India's biggest ice cream cones manufacturer, whereby we make waffle cones and supply it to the companies like Unilever, Havmore, Amul, and so on. In terms of the team, we have my lovely wife, who has a nutrition background. who takes care of the, as a chief commercial officer, taking up the business development, marketing side of the business. I myself take care of the operations side, which includes the manufacturing to daily operations and so on. Then we also have Mr. Purnachand, who also helps us in business process and strategy, having more than 30 years of experience in the segment for proteins, having previously worked with DuPont and currently with ICL. Lastly, but not we have Mr. Sachin Sharma also on board, who has an experience of 23 years when working with bigger chains, having to work with Yum Brands, then CCD, Bikanirwala before coming in and joining with us and helping us to grow further. You can, more than happy for you guys to, go on to follow us on different pages. And we're more than happy to collaborate with people, like-minded people who really wanted to take this journey forward. That's all from my side.
Wow. Thank you, Prateek. It was so fun. It was so fun to hear it. We always hear people talking about vegan and veg food, and we see all this craze. We have like a startup community here where they always talk about these as a key product they want to look at. So vegan is of course a big trending, and people talk about these things. And what you present was the right bang there. I'm sure many people admire or your company and they want to become something like that. Maybe competition, I don't know, but surely they want to have something similar product like this.
I would say one thing. I do not feel there is any kind of competition right now, because there's a room for everyone to grow themselves. And I would also feel that people coming to us, if I was feeling more competitive, I would have to think of such a way that why should I give my products to anybody else? Now I feel that there is so much room that I need more eyes and hands to go to the market and collect whatever they can. So that's something that is the approach that we have right now. And, more than happy to work along with a few people that were really wanting to get into this.
No, sure. Absolutely. This is the trend. This will be like gonna revolution in India in next 5 years. We are seeing those happen in the US, and we can see happening in India now.
India would have its own different reasons, I would say. Would not say that it's going to work the same answer is going to be fitting everywhere. Yes, there is a problem in India as well, but we need to identify and see the problem in a different way. So rather than calling it as only a meat alternative, we may need to think it of as a protein based products, which are going to be much more healthier going forward. But I think that's some time that we need to see that how market responds to it, and then you need to be agile enough to pivot accordingly.
Sure, absolutely. Well thought of. Okay, let me allow to introduce our next speaker, Karishma ma'am. I say ma'am to her because we got a chance to work with her on a couple of the projects which we did in the past. So ma'am is the founder and director for the Tiramis Lab, and it's a health food brand called as a Food Strong. And ma'am is a co-founder for it. The brand sells protein. It sells different products from the protein, like the plant proteins and the vegan proteins, whey proteins, milkshakes, many other products. I will let ma'am to talk about those. Before starting her own startup, which you're all proud of, she was MD and partner at the Boston Consulting Group, and she was a core member of the BCG Consumer Practice. And when we talk to her, listen to her, you always feel so much about the brand and so much about the business she understands. We also pick a lot of words from her when she talked. She worked with the very Indian international consumer good players. She did a lot of research on the consumer trends and implications. She's very expert in digital marketing and many more things she does at the BCG. I will. By the way, ma'am is alumni from the IIM Calcutta, and when I just to her, let her speak. Let not me come in between me and Karishma ma'am. So I just stop sharing it and I leave to ma'am to speak. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Ritesh. Thank you so much. Ritesh is being humble. He has not been. He's been quite instrumental in Food Strong's journey. We've had a very small journey so far, but Ritesh has been quite instrumental in Food strong journey. And Ritesh, thank you so much for inviting me to this forum. I've been listening to a few of the people, some on I think what Pratik said about the alternative protein space is, I think, so right for India. We have a protein deficiency. We might not have the same excess meat consumption as the US and China do, but I think we have a protein deficiency. And I think what Ms. Lele said about chasing your customers rather than investors, just so profound. I hope some of the students are also getting to learn some of these exciting lessons. I think as you age and as you go through the experiences, you realize them and you internalize them much more. But I do hope the students are getting some part of this in their mental model correct, right? So guys, what I'm just going to put up a small presentation, right? And what I wanted to do was, I wanted to talk to you a lot more about, not so much, I would say, about, what Foodstrong does. I'll probably give you a little bit of an introduction to give you a little bit of context. But I think I want to speak to you guys much more about what it takes to sort of build a startup. And in full honesty, I'm very far away from that journey, right? I would be fooling myself and everybody else if I believe that I was even close to that. But I think I'm in a position where I can at least share some of the mistakes that we made with you. And I'm going to keep this session very personal and share a lot of personal details with you. I hope you'll forgive me for doing some of that, right? And I hope some of you find it very interesting. If you could allow me to share, guys, I would absolutely love to present a small thing. Yeah, do I have? Oh, wonderful. I have screen sharing rights. Perfect. Let me know if you guys can see the presentation. So that's our brand, Foodstrong. Just as the genesis of the brand goes, we deeply believe in the power of food and food as being sustenance. Food makes you stronger, food makes you healthier, food makes you, so we're not so much on the pharma side. We're all about high protein. I can't tell you how much I resonated with Pratik's marker on protein deficiency in India. I truly believe India has an 80-80 protein gap. 80% of Indians are protein deficient, and the deficiency can be as high as 80%. So I think it's a space in which we do a lot of work. We also work a lot on low sugar, because I think together this combination creates insulin resistance in India. And we do all of this using tasty food. That's where people like Ritesh come in. Idiots like me think of the concept, and then people like Ritesh sort of bring it to life. We also have a small team internally that now works on a dedicated fashion on this. So we have a range of protein powders. We have a range of low sugar milkshakes. Our milkshakes are also part of the McDonald's kitty now. They are part of the Happy Meal in McDonald's North and East. And we have a range of high protein breakfast, right? So that's us. But coming back a little bit more to me and then to you guys, right? That's me. I just wanted to show you, that's me, 16 years at BCG, and that's me, the 2 years at Foodstrong, right? And I don't know if you guys notice it or not, but you will feel a lot more. Part of being a startup entrepreneur is taking charge and being a lot less cookie cutter and a lot more of being sort of what you want to be and what you want to explore, right? I'm going to share just 5 lessons and then, give some time back to the audience. And each of those lessons, I'm a big believer in the power of pictures. Each of those lessons comes with a picture that hopefully some of you will remember, right? The first lesson to being sort of a successful startup entrepreneur, and many people have told me this, is to just start. You cannot succeed or fail till you try. And I think we have many armchair startup enthusiasts, people who just haven't had the courage to do this. But honestly, if you really want to do it, you should just start. And there is no other way to be, right? And many people often ask me this, when do you feel like the time is right to start up? You left a successful, I actually left a fairly successful corporate career. I have no bones saying that, no words need to be minced there. But I think it's like having a baby. For all of those, you guys are probably too young to understand that parallel, but it's like having a baby. At some point, you just feel like you're ready and you want to jump in. And then there's no looking back. So Avartan and I started this. Avartan is my co-founder. We started this in November 2020. I quit in March 2020, right at the beginning of the pandemic. And my then boss called me and said, "Are you sure, Karishma, you want to do this? You know, the world is going through unprecedented crisis. Are you sure you want to create another crisis in your life?" And I was so clear, even at that point, saying, "No, I really want to do this. I don't care what happens to the world." And in hindsight, that turned out to be a very good call. It at least made me a happier, more content human being, right? So, life lesson, at least sharing my experience. When you are ready, and you will know it in your bones, just start. The second one is, I think it's especially a lot of you guys come with a semi-science sort of background. It's very hard to do this. I'm an engineer, and it's very hard to accept that you're wrong, because we see the world in very linear patterns. We say 1 + 2 should add up to be 3, and it doesn't always do that. And there are so many variables at play, right? It's very hard to accept this, but it is, unless you have the humility and the courage to accept that you will be wrong, you will not be a startup, leave alone a successful startup. You will make so many mistakes. I mean, the smarter ones will not make the same mistakes that people before them have made. The less smart ones will make all their own mistakes, but everybody will mistake. And I think people say this in so many ways: fail fast, learn fast. But in the end, you know that you will be wrong. And again, you know, I want to layer each of these messages with a personal experience. I had seen so many consumer companies in BCG. And while I was there, I always used to wonder that these are all very large organizations. You know, I'm going to run Foodstrong with like less than 5 people. We will have tech do everything. We will outsource. And I cannot tell you how wrong, how profoundly wrong I was in that endeavor. I think people is the core of this business, if anything else. And it took me a while to realize that, and a while to ramp up. And it was such a fundamental mistake. We paid a lot for it, right? But I think it's if you do not have the humility and the courage, as I would repeat again, to accept that you can be wrong, and you will be wrong so many times, then I don't think you're cut out for a startup, right? Building on this, surround yourself with people who are smarter than you. And I would say surround yourself with people who are smarter than you and technically better than you. See, you will never be the master of all trades. Even when entrepreneurs, and you would have noticed when Pratik introduced himself, like, I look at a certain part of the business, right? You will need to hold the vision, you will need to hold the strategy, you will need to bring people together when you start up. But as part of the startup, it's also very important to take people who are deep specialists. And I think the next decade is going to be the decade of people who are deep specialists. I think we're done with generalists, know-it-alls. I think we're going to have people, not just formulators, for instance, relating to your field. We're going to have formulators that specialize in alternative proteins. They're going to have formulators that specialize in beverages of a certain kind, right? We're going to have not digital marketing specialists, but we're going to have people who specialize on Amazon performance marketing. So I think surround yourself with smart people, people who are way smarter than you, and bring some technical skills that you do not have. It's impossible to have depth on everything. And without depth, it is such a cluttered market that you will not survive, right? So get the depth, get the talent that has the depth, right? This is the other thing, actually very correlated to the people lesson that I had earlier, which is you should manage everything and actually do nothing. See, the buck in a startup stops at you. I'm very clear that if something doesn't happen, it's my responsibility, which means that I'm the crisis manager for everything. Which means that if I have a day job, if I'm also in my day job, the chief marketing officer, or if I'm responsible for a line function without any help, then that line function is not going to happen, because my daily job starts and ends with managing crises of various sorts, including regulatory crises, including issues on formulation, including issues on supply chain, including issues on customer complaints. I have to spend my time dreaming about the brand, and I have to spend my time thinking about managing crisis on a daily basis. So if I have a line role with zero leverage, then it's not going to happen. So very famous example, my husband actually taught me this. He's also an entrepreneur. You write your to-do list, and then against each item on that to-do list, you write the name of someone else who you're going to work with in order to achieve that. Because if you're trying to do it alone, it is not going to happen. Right? This is a lonely journey, but not a solo journey. Right? And this is the last one, guys. I would leave you with this one. If you're ever thinking of being in a startup or working for a startup or starting a startup, please smile a lot. It's going to be a daily crisis, but so many people are looking at you. See, at the end of the day, it's just a nebulous idea. It's a dream, right? And if you are morose, if you cannot dream that dream and be happy, if you cannot imagine and be smiling about it, then it is not going to happen. And people will get dejected. And the moment people are dejected and they don't believe in the idea, it will die before it's born. So one of the last pieces of advice that I would have is there is a lot that is going to go wrong. There's a lot that's going to happen which is not as per plan. There are going to be some successes. Celebrate the successes that they're larger than life, and learn to walk away from the crisis and learn to tide away the bad patches with a smile on your face, right? And I think that's true. This is true not just for startups, but even the kind of intense careers we have these days. This will probably be true for most careers that you guys will end up choosing, right? And I cannot resist this, Ritesh. I know this was not part of the brief, but a last sales pitch. Please try us, give us feedback. For all of you guys here, would love to share samples. Please come and work with us. We are always looking for young talent. You guys are a pool of very bright and talented people. Ritesh has my coordinates. I'm always looking for people to engage with. So that welcome pitch on please try Food Strong and please try working at Food Strong. Yeah, I'm just going to pause there. Thank you so much. Thanks everyone for this opportunity. And I hope you guys learned a little bit from the speakers that went before me. They were all brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. So wonderful to hear, as always. I like the word you mentioned, the deep specialist. I love that. And I think we all, like all being the guys are food tech here in general. So all they need to be thinking in that direction. And I know when you ask for the perfection, how that mean to us. And we all, like, we never told you this, but whenever you come to us, we often wisdom कि अरे मैडम ने क्या बोला, next क्या करना पड़ेगा, no? What और क्या सोचे, और क्या अलग सोचे, और क्या different करें. So you always like motivate and increase the people, and then we go on the core and understand what needs to be done on this. And Ismail always helps. I mean, I really appreciate. Thank you so much for this wonderful session. I'm sure this is so light and so important. So thank you again. So I hope I can present my screen. Oh, not yet. IT, please allow me to. So by the time I get a screen sharing right, let me introduce to our next speaker. So our next speaker is Akash, and Akash is a founder for the Olina Plix. Oops, something wrong. Yeah. So Akash is a founder for the Olina and Plix brand, and is a D2C brand. Akash been brought up in the Japan, and he been done his education from Boston, and he worked at the TMT Investment Banking and e-commerce in USA. He's super enthusiastic. We always feel that energy with Akash, and he always think about something innovative, nutrition and different products. We got a chance to work with Akash sometime back and even sometime now. So over to Akash. Looking forward to hear the success story from the Plix and Olina. Is almost like 5 years now. Close to 5 years.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for introducing me, Ritesh. Hi, guys. I'm Akash. I'm one of the co-founders here at Plix. We're a Series A funded plant-based nutrition company. We've raised around $5 million in the past year. What we're looking to do is we're looking to set out a vision to build out plant-based nutrition, everything from your vitamins and minerals to your macros, such as your proteins, and really launch a broad portfolio of products that are innovative and are essentially categorized as fun super nutrition. So we see an opportunity in the Indian market where customers want something new, innovative, portable, and fun. Essentially, like nutrition as a category requires a lot of friction. Like people are very hesitant to enter the nutrition category as a customer. Requires a lot of touch points, a lot of referrals, a lot of engagement, essentially, to convince a customer to buy something that's good for you. And it shouldn't be that way. So what we've set out to do at Plix is brand ourselves as a very fun, flavorful brand, where customers have a wide array of options, all that are plant-based, that are buzzword-friendly, soy-free, gluten-free, no preservatives, etc. And it's really worked out well for us. We definitely see that some of the headwinds for this are that other companies are adopting this. We have a lot of companies that are adopting plant-based recently, which definitely wasn't the case around 3 to 4 years ago. And as a result, a lot of companies are scaling up. So definitely, like when the market is with you, when there are strong headwinds supporting you, I think it definitely helps create a market. Something as nascent and evolved as known to be evolved as a category, such as plant-based nutrition, is actually taken off in India. I think there's a lot of scope for product developers and food technologists in this space, just given the fact that there are very few brands still that are functioning in this, and even fewer large brands. So I think there's a lot of opportunities to work with different kinds of ingredients, ingredients which are maybe a little bit more difficult to formulate with, typically non-dairy ingredients. And I think the food technology ecosystem needs to develop in a way that is more inclusive of products which are free of certain ingredients. And I think the US and developed markets are, I would say, role models for this. And I think India is on the right trajectory. And I think there's good forums and good communities, even within food science, that is leaning towards this direction. So I'm very hopeful. I think that fundamentally food science, food technologists are the backbone of whatever we do. And I definitely see, from my experience, I see a monumental shift in the way food science has been accepting of plant-based nutrition and how it is moving forward. So I mean, all the best to all of you. I definitely thank all of you for your continued focus on building great products and great ingredients. It really helps us as brands to take them to market and make a dent in the consumer industry. Over to you, Ritesh.
Hey, thank you, Akash.
My pleasure. Thanks a lot, Ritesh.
Yeah, this was a really quick one. And I really appreciate the challenge what the vegan protein has. We always wonder about it. And yeah. And as you rightly mentioned, the ingredients which are available in India or the science behind is still like a lot need to be done. And all the people here people who are like the food scientists here, taking a cognizance of it, and they will be focusing on it. But we love the success story, Akash. We always tell people like how the startup, like 17, right? We started, and then how this just become a household name everywhere. People talk about vegan and people talk about the Olina and Plix, which is so great, so wonderful. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Akash.
Thank you, Ritesh.
Allow me to present my screen. So by the time I get this chance to do this, let me our next speaker on the last for today is our best friend Kushal. He's always the best friend of all the people on the FST. We all love him, and just Sangadi just passed away. I'm not very good in Marathi, but I always say, "Women I see Kushal, I see Kilur kya god bola," and he always talk about the jaggery, and it's always fun to eat his jaggery. So Kushal is is an entrepreneur with experience of over 7 years in the jaggery industry, and he's seen his jaggery cubes and the jaggery powder and so many other products. And he always talk about the innovation in the jaggery, which is like something different than people talk about. So he make a brand power and and he connect to the farmers and he connect to the consumer directly there and go all the stages. And his vision is to define the natural sweetener and landscape. So wide. When sometimes to talk about jaggery, we say jaggery mein kya hoga, matlab, and then Kushal put his own perspective in, and how can jaggery become a good market and can become a totally different thing. And when Aditya was saying in this morning, I could really collect the jaggery example with him, a commodity to a brand and differentiation. What Kushal is getting it here. So yeah, Kushal is basically like a law graduate, and he's a cricketer, which I understand he used to play for the Indian IPL and all those things. So and he always fit, isn't now. So it's always fun to work with Kushal. And they've crossed a good annual turnover of 250 tons of the jaggery in last financial year. And I don't know, this maybe an old data again. This is still increasing. And this is amazing. Like, it's love to hear from Kushal. I don't think you need any PPT. You can even speak, and when you talk, we can all absorb from you all the sweetness you talk about. So over to you, Kushal. I take my screen sharing back.
Hi, good evening, Ritesh and everyone. Thank you, Ritesh, for your kind words, and I really appreciate the invitation that you've given this. There's this opportunity to speak, and all the speakers, before me, and their talks have been actually enlightening. I would just like to share my, story, my a short journey that has been till now, and it all started in 2014 when, after a few failed ventures, unsuccessful ventures, I would say, I again went to my dad, who's a government servant, and told him that, I want to do something in food sector. And being a commerce and law graduate, he and from, we are basically Maharashtrian, so there's no one who had thought, from no one in our family had a business background as such. So he always wanted me to take up some corporate job, but I always felt, if I put the same amount of efforts in my own venture, eventually I would succeed. But so he told me, if you want to do anything in food sector, first thing you should do is go and meet Dr. Prabodh Halde, who is my mentor. And when I went to meet Dr. Prabodh, I told him that I'm fascinated by, these factories and production. My passion lies in production. I want to manufacture something, some food product. And before I could actually complete my sentence, he just stopped me and said, Kaushal, you're thinking in the wrong direction. Always learn to sell something first. Once you learn the art of selling as a part of the backward integration, you can think of getting into production. The biggest challenge is to sell or market something. And it really, changed my mindset. And I told him that I'm from Satara. Karad is a part of Kolhapur belt, world renowned for jaggery. And to which he said, if you have the patience and perseverance, back then no one had thought of building a brand in jaggery, like other commodities, say sugar and rice and all. So he said, if you have the patience, you can think of doing that. But he also told me that, if you come up with these half kg, 1 kg blocks where there are already thousands of players, you would not make it, you will not make a mark for yourselves. So yeah, advised me to get a consumer survey to understand the pain points of consumers, and accordingly then plan, the journey. So we did a consumer survey, and we found that, a lot of consumers, these housewives, found these half kg, 1 kg blocks, very difficult to break and use on a daily basis for their cooking and all. And also the packing and the hygiene was a big issue. Storage, how to store this jaggery was also a challenge. In Mumbai also, being the humidity being so high, there were always these challenges of jaggery melting and storing it properly. So, and we also did some study at our end and realized that in jaggery market, these half kg, 1 kg blocks, when manufacturers are producing, the price of the product of half kg, 1 kg blocks was at times lesser than the cost of production for the manufacturer. So if the price is somewhere around 34 rupees, cost of production is 34 rupees, people were getting, the market price was 32 rupees. So almost in Kolhapur region itself, almost out of 1200, 600 units had shut down then. And we realized that, if we build a brand in jaggery, we come up with something innovative. We could, basically help the farmers also to get the right price for their produce, and also provide consumers with what they're looking at. So we came up with these innovative small cubes, and we basically realized, that people should be able to relate the product easily. So we came up with the shape which is identical to these half kg, 1 kg blocks, and introduced these small cubes. And right from the start, Dr. Prabodh advised me that, look at your venture as a build it as a FMCG brand. So we had a fixed structure for our retailers, distributors. Back then it was unheard of because Jaggery was only sold through the Mandi system. But we were very clear that we want to go through this route. And initially, when we had the product ready, I went to meet the retailers, around 100 retailers. And when you start, you're like a one-man army. You're the accountant, you're the delivery boy, you're the sales guy, everything. So when I went and met almost approximately 100 retailers, almost everyone turned us away. And they told me that Jaggery, and we priced the Jaggery at 160 rupees a kilo. So my packing was 80 rupees, and 80 rupees half kg, so 160 rupees a kg, and Jaggery was available at 50-60 rupees a kg back then. And so they told me that गुड़ कभी इतने प्राइस में बिक नहीं सकता, हम लोग कुछ भी हार जाएंगे अगर गुड़ इतने प्राइस में कभी बिका तो. I was able to convince two of them on the condition that we will take the stock back. They said that the consumer is the king. Let them take a call. If the products don't go off the shelf, we'll take them back. To which they reluctantly agreed, and they kept the product. And I'm happy to tell you that almost all of them would turned us away then are doing business with Pavak now. So initially we started with 1,000 jars. First year we did somewhere around 6 lakhs turnover. In the next 2-3 years, we reached to a turnover of 33 lakhs. And the challenge was, of course, because that Jaggery is a cottage industry, so there's no proven technology to produce Jaggery even now when it comes to half kg blocks, half kg, 1 kg blocks, and cubes. We were the first, so there was hardly any technology there. So the production happens only from like October, November to April. So 6 months you have to produce, and the next 6 months you have to stock and sell it. And the demand was going up because the consumers had liked the product, and we would go dry by August or so. So September, October, August, September, October, we would actually be dry in the market. Some people would copy our product. They indulged in unethical practices, using almost 50% refined sugar in their Jaggery and stocking their products and supplying in the market. But we were very clear that our aim at Pavak was to make consumers switch to Jaggery and go back to their traditional roots from refined sugar to Jaggery, and we will not do that at any case. And so somehow, as time passed by, with every passing day, we could work on our backward integration part, production, supply. We could increase our supply as well. And in the next 2 years, we reached a turnover of 1.1 crores and then 1.7 crores before just a lockdown. COVID struck. And when COVID struck, I just we are at turnover of 1.7 crores, and we got the back end strong, and we thought that now is the time we can actually scale up from here. And I just told I just prayed to God that I should be able to just pay my employees properly. Even if I don't make much money in these difficult times, I should be able to pay my employees. That should be more than enough. But as a blessing in disguise, the demand for Jaggery actually went up during COVID, and people understood the importance of immunity, and the amount of people that are moving towards Jaggery from refined sugar to build their immunity is going up with every passing day. So from a turnover of 1.7 crores, we went to a turnover of 3.25 crores. This year, we would clock somewhere around 4 crores or something. And we believe that, in this last few years, we've been able to grow from like 1,000 jars to almost 7 to 8 lakh jars, or 250 tons. And with a market of almost 5 million tons in India itself, apart from the market which is actually moving towards Jaggery from refined sugar, we see a huge potential and huge scope to be a national player going forward. And it's all about say success. It's just a start. I would say we've got a strong foundation. and we just want to utilize our day in the best possible manner and scale up from here and make a name for ourselves in Jaggery space. So that's about it. Thank you.
Hey, wow, Kushal. So very quick and very sharp and to the point you mentioned, as always, you talk about. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to hear and see the journey of the product. Even Jaggery can do so much miracle in India. Great. I'm sure this is a good point for any of the budding startups who are looking at. So even protein to Jaggery, everything can be made. And as our other speaker was mentioning earlier, how to create a brand, how to get the right product, how to talk about the consumer experience is also important, and we can make miracle with that. So great, thank you so much, Kushal. I was just checking at the messages here. There are no direct questions coming here so far. When IT is just checking from other folks, from other medium also, but there's no direct question coming here. So I'm not sure how many people watching and how many questions they have. But I want to open this forum. All are like are super intellectual here. If any questions come from any other speaker for any other, like any person who's talking about any domain expert, we can open this forum. We can make this unmute to all if IT allows. And if any question anybody has, we can discuss here. Or anything you want to add here apart from what they want to add, like please, forum is open for all discussion. Oh, wow. I hope all can speak now. I think can you make like everybody can speak, and can you make their unmute them?
Probably not. I think we are on these webinar tools, so they might not make a speaker to all. That's my understanding.
Yeah, they can unmute them, I guess. I'm not sure how to do that.
Now they can unmute means each of us probably who have that speaking right, probably to limit. Otherwise, not that audience side. So, but we are interested in having questions. So if they can connect us with the queries, questions.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Ritesh, sir, you are the host.
Oh,
so
is it?
You can, yes.
So what I have to do to make everybody unmute?
You just click on the button on the mic.
No, but button on the mic. Those
Means
who are
click on unmute only. So you can
no,
unmute.
So can I unmute everybody?
Yes, sir.
So that means everybody means audience also. Not
audience. No, all the people who are here. So I can see 11 participants who are here. If they want to unmute themselves, they can do it.
Yes, sir, they can.
Yes, sir, I can do it.
Oh, wonderful. I was not sure. Okay. So the forum is open. Anybody has any questions to anybody, feel free to ask.
Probably, I think equally that we should also see that what audience is willing to have a response from this side. So fine, we can interact among each other meanwhile, but it would be good if we can connect to the questions, queries. But I'm not seeing anything in chat box as such.
Exactly.
Any IT support team is there, so that if they can connect us to the questions, queries. Or means one of us can do it like that. We can also parallelly look into the YouTube side if the queries are coming there.
What we're doing from the organization part, I can tell you that we're gonna this session live, and this will be like in YouTube. So even if your friends, families, customers, anyone want to see the session, they can see it. We will be sharing the link to all the speakers, and all the participants here who are present here. We'll be sharing the link to them, the YouTube link to them for that. And I'm sure any questions come to me, I'm gonna pass the questions to you. Even not today, like even later, when the question comes.
So we are very well in time.
Yeah.
But the time is now for the audience side. So I think we are having glitch or probably some limitations are there that we are not able to really understand. But why we are not able to connect with the audience? I definitely believe that there may be question, but it could be possibility that it's so clear and so simple. All the experts they talk the things which are very deep, but in a very simple manner. So that's a clarity. Messages are clear in all the presenters. They made it so simple and so straight.
Oh, absolutely.
I think then we should perform the duty from our side.
Sure, sir. Let's do it.
Yeah, if meanwhile there's some questions comes, we can take it up. Request our valued speaker today that they should remain for 10 more minutes or 5 more minutes before we conclude. So you start the things.
Yeah, sure, sir. So it's a wonderful session. Like startup is always close to my heart. And one thing I always like personally feel that passion is more important for than anything else. As Kashma was rightly mentioning about like leaving a corporate job and starting their own things. And we've seen all those people who are like Karishma ma'am, like they are people who've seen the world. Matlab, they know the world and then they start the new beginning. And then they start, okay, my 16 years or whatever, like number of years in the corporate world, and then I'm starting now. So that really matters a lot. Then apne dunya dekhi, and then you know what a startup is. So when if I get a chance to speak to the startup in those form, I will just say those things. Have the passion to do it, and आप दुनिया देख के आओ. ऐसा नहीं कि आप just खड़े हो गए और कर रहे हो. Understand? I'm not saying the words which all the Karishma ma'am or Akash or Harman just saying about in very technical format. But simple passion से जो बताया, मतलब that is most important end of the day. We can do it, and this is exactly what coming in every forum, be it talking about consumer, be it talking about the product first, or talking about how to interact or getting the money from the investors. The passion is what usually govern everything, and you think beyond that. It's a long journey. It's not a very short term thing कि मतलब आज बनाया और कल पैसे मिल गए. मतलब it's a journey which we have to go through it, and I appreciate all the speakers really mentioned in the same way. I'm very fortunate that I know like at most of them and got a chance to work with them and tried to learn from them. Like we being more from the food side, we get a chance to understand what the customer facing would be, or what they think about the product. We always think from our own angle usually, and we go in so much detail. Sometimes in a product we forget what customer is really important for him or not. So these points are very very well shared with everybody. Right from the Nilesh talking about where to go for the fund. Government के पास जाना है, bank के पास जाना है, VC के पास जाना है, and talking about all those things to Herman adding it with the more complexity, which I really understand today. कि अभी मैं यहाँ पर हूँ, अभी VC के पास जाना है, अभी यहाँ हूँ angel के पास fund के पास जाना है, and then we talk about the other fund management people. So it was so well laid down, and I love this. And as Pratikja was mentioning about the vegan things, and the story for the India and the US is different, and what challenge India would be having it in the protein was all good. I just love this session. I want to thank everybody, like all our speakers, like right from Nilesh to Aditya, although he left now, to Herman, and all success story, right from Karishma ma'am to Akash to Pratik and Kushal. Like we always meet him so often. We all discuss so often with him, and it's a wonderful event. Like I just loved it. When I'm gonna share this YouTube link to most of my friends and the aspiring. So we have a lot of startup groups for all those who not aware. Like we have a lot of startup groups on our FST, and all our people who are other different suppliers or different vendors or startup folks or students. We're gonna share the link with them. So even those who are missed today session, they can really learn from the session, and they understand. There are so many minute things now which is very difficult for person to understand. Like from my side, my own personal side, saying we work in industry, so we understand these things. But there are many people who don't even understand these things. But ये पता भी नहीं उनको नहीं पता है. You know, this is the whole thing is. So they just heard of a startup and they know Shark Tank and they just talk about those. So I'm going to share with everybody. And from our side, thank you so much for taking time out and talking to us and making this ICFOST event a big success. So thank you so much from bottom of my heart. Thank you every speaker. Thank you everybody from my side.
Thank you very much, Ritesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
for
sir.
having us.
Thank you, Ritesh.
With
We
everyone.
learned a lot actually.
Thank you. Over to Ashutosh ji, sir.
Okay, so what I will say that it was a wonderful journey which organizer has given us. So and we are the face of the organizers and all the organizations which we are belonging to. So the dual role we are having here. So the organization, what we are representing is one part, but organizers here means AFSTI, they have did a job, wonderfully well planned session. So the thanks goes to them also. And whatever the team they have given here, which we were simply coordinating with, was marvelous. So marvelous in a way that it was really what you said, that it was totally hooked up to the words which were coming through that, and all were so means straight, which the word I already used, straight in a sense, because Nilesh, when he was saying that only 3%, so means if you want to be 3 or 97, so that is straight, but it is the motivation within this line is that you do not get demotivated. You think of being in 3, and being in 3. So what next? What is told by Aditya, that if you learn to make a brand, then you can repeat making the brand successful. So that is the lesson which was there. And from funding side, what whether it is as angel funds or the venture capital, or so Harmanji was very methodological in saying that what you are looking for, you should be clear about, and then you can target for what is there available in the market, and not the idea alone. Not the idea alone is the underlying thing which you both Nilesh and Harmanji was indicating. It should be what he said, that execution part as a fund provider he would like to see. So that's the key in startup success and pitching the idea or pitching to for funding. When we came to the second part of our session, this was directly that startups, what they feel about it. So that was the Gyan was the part 1. So how they took the Gyan and then the knowledge, and then they really transmitted to a brand, transmitted to a concept, transmitted to a product, and then that journey is still on. Whether it was Karishma, which was, and Karishma was speaking, it was more like that. It's a novel is flowing. So that smooth way she gave an idea, and also that if you will hook up to the day-to-day things, and who will dream for the future. So that's the very important thing which you mentioned. And both Prateek and Akash, they simply connected to the journey, that you should be really having a passion. Means our audience side, those young minds who are listening to us, who had the session here with the speakers today. So I think that's the greatness. You see that how much they are associated, or you can say that the bondage, what mission they have taken up as a startup. So probably that leads to the future, to the success which it could be. So with this, I thank on my personal behalf, on behalf of my co-chair Ritesh, on behalf of the organizers, to the wonderful speakers which we had today. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. We were here for the audience. So audience, thank you very much for connecting. And on your behalf, I thank the speakers and the organizers. So thank you, everybody. That's all. Thank you very much. Probably we can conclude at this point. It's okay, Ritesh ji? I think Ritesh.
No, I'm there, sir. I just kept on mute.
Okay. Yeah.
By the way, like I'm getting some questions here.
Yeah, wonderful. That's
Yeah.
something.
So
Yeah,
actually,
we can wait for.
And I
We
know what
can
I really
wait.
understand. They are not able to join. So Prabodh is actually on the line. My guru, my mentor is there, but he's not able to join.
Can we share
There's
that?
some lot of IT things here which beyond
No.
my
So
control.
then what I do, I'm sharing my link in WhatsApp to Prabodh, and you just ask him to join. But
Yeah, I just shared with him, and he's saying he's there in the link, and I'm not able to see him. I request IT, please accept him.
He might be in waiting room. So if IT can connect,
And I don't know how to accept that. I don't have control for this, it seems. IT, can you please accept all people who want to enter now?
And meanwhile, you can come with the questions which are lined up.
No, I'm just getting some messages. Very good talk and very interesting session. And can I get a coordinate of the speakers? I'm getting all those messages on the WhatsApp. I was just checking for a minute. I'm so surprising. Prabodh want to join the session and he's not able to.
And that's and one thing which I really,
I don't know. Should I laugh or should I cry? I don't know what the IT is behind. So I'm so sorry for those things.
So I only the gratitude and appreciations and no questions as such.
Yeah, it seems like I think he's again on the call. Just hold for a minute.
Yeah, that's it. Anything means because we are here for probably 5-7 minutes more. So anything which our speakers think that yes, they missed to share. If anything is there, that they can share it now also. Could be not the part of the presentation, but something coming mind which is relevant. So you are welcome. All the speakers are welcome if they can unmute and they can come up with the points what they want to share.
Prabodh is trying to join, but still, I think some technical glitches. I don't know how to overcome that. These are challenges when you do everything on online. I think this is the other part.
But that
Well,
happens.
if I may ask Karishma something.
Oh yeah, please, love to.
Yeah, Karishma, thank you so much for that session. Found it very, very inspiring. And I'm somewhat on a similar journey, having quit my own corporate career and doing something of my own. So just wanted to know what prompted it and what was your challenge in terms of adjusting to startup life vis-a-vis corporate life. If you can share more, that'd be wonderful.
So, so thank you so much for the question. The question is very close to my heart. I think for me, the decision was very difficult initially because of two reasons. One is I was doing well, but secondly, I loved BCG. I still love BCG, by the way. It's one of the best, organizations to work for. If anybody has the privilege of working with them, it's a great place. Like I had great mentors. It was just a very comfortable setup. And I was also learning a lot. I was saying this earlier also. This is like baby number 3. I have 2 kids before this. And this is like baby number 3. You want to do it. And there is no rational reason why A is better than B, right? Like having a kid versus not having. At some point, you just want to do it. And I think I also blame genes. My parents are entrepreneurs. My husband has his own fund. So I was also surrounded by people who are doing their own stuff. And I was as a consultant kind of getting bored of being on the sidelines. And I wanted to be closer to the action. And I'd seen too much of the corporate life to know that there you don't control everything. You're just part of a cog in the wheel. I wanted more action on a daily basis. This is maybe too much, but you can't have your cake and eat it. But it's not a decision that till now I keep hearing that the highs are very high and the lows are very low. But I haven't found a day where I have gotten out of bed and deeply regretted the decision yet. I'm sure it'll come.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much.
Hi, Ritesh.
Oh yes, hi Prabodh. Hi,
Oh,
welcome.
Prabodh ji connected. Welcome,
Finally.
Prabodh ji.
सर डॉन को पकड़ना मुश्किल ही नहीं नामुमकिन है इफकॉस का स्टार्टअप का सेशन पकड़ना मुश्किल ही नहीं नामुमकिन है we were struggling to reach out. Finally, I have to use Jugaad to call Ritesh and get me a link. I was watching on YouTube. It was a fantastic session. Let me congratulate all the great work done by Dr. Ashutosh ji, Ritesh ji, Shubha, Nilesh Lele. And Chitale sir is unwell, but otherwise it would have been a great to actually hear him also. And Ritesh, the way you actually selected the speaker, I really don't know them personally, but everybody spoke so well. And starting with Nilesh Lele and all the speakers, I don't want to compare, but everything was absolutely great. And make this all the videos on YouTube, continue it, let people watch it, and please give the email ID or whatever the number of the all the speakers. Let people get them connected, because it's very important to get connected. And so these startups, all the members, those who are speaker, they will also feel like privileged to have the queries from the participants and also can share there. One thing I realize, what we are missing out, Ritesh, is Kaushal has not spoken so clearly, but what is the expectation of startup from the technical people? I think this is very important message, and we should accept those fact that what is our role as a food technologist. Doing a startup, yes, but how I can enable a startup environment. I may not be doing a startup, but how I can behave to have a good culture of startup. So what is my role? What is my technical people ability and what we can do? So I think anybody from the speaker, if they can answer this, what you're looking for. I know in Kaushal's journey, Dr. Annapure, Chitale sir, Nilesh Amrutkar, Nilesh Lele, Umesh, Ritesh, Shubha, Sanjay Indani, all they supported. But I want one question to all the speakers. When it comes to the technical, as a food technologist, what you are expecting least from these technical people. So those who are watching this, they will be prepared in mind, okay, for startup, if I cannot start, but I can help them in 1, 2, 3. So who wants to take the question? Whoever is the आपको क्या चाहते हो फूड टेक्नोलॉजी से एंड सीधा बताओ आपका एक्सपेक्टेशन बिकॉज वी आर द पीपल वी डोंट आंसर यू करेक्टली वी डोंट give the solution directly. It will be ghumao but rather than how we can become more focused, I think Ritesh, who is the lady, actually spoke so well, yaar. What is her name? I have missed out the
Karishma
initial
ma'am.
part.
Karishma
Sorry,
ma'am.
Isha.
Karishma Bhalla. Karishma ma'am.
Yeah, next time IT people should keep their name permanently, because when we are talking about first time, we may not be knowing each other. Karishma ma'am, let me congratulate you. You did a right job of leaving your career, which was anyway you were doing fantastic in March 2020 and joining the startup. And we look forward for having in next 5 years as a top 50 influencing people on the India. You would be reflecting. That is my blessing and my prediction. So Karishma ji, आपको मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ कि what do you expect from the technologist? And same answer can.
I will follow up, but I think Prateek was about to say something.
Okay, no problem. Prateek, you and then Kaushal also.
Correct.
No, please go ahead, Karishma. I like to give you the honors first, and then I like to answer.
And I am the ex-president of AFST. I am nurturing more than 200 startups. So I know a little bit about startup community.
That is something we missed, Ritesh. We were so overwhelmed, we did not introduce Prabodh to the audience here.
No, I think sir, Prabodh, every word knows him, Prabodh. Like everybody in this domain knows him.
That's there. But still,
sure.
What Prabodh they know, and we are linking the same Prabodh or not. So that's the duty which we have. So Prabodh is what he's saying. He's also a food technologist. He's a graduate from Parbhani. He is friend, philosopher of guides of 200 plus. I'll say And what he have been doing, he has probably running 7-8 WhatsApp groups, and it's a WhatsApp university he is driving with the different streams of the food, with the vendors, with the technologists, with the All India Food Technologist Associations and all that. So that is something which he keep contributing. He keep means despite of corporate job, which is loaded, and he is expert in regulatory. So I means to in India, if you will meet anybody who is in regulatory, will certainly know that what Prabodh is. So that is what his professional capability. He has served Coca-Cola. He is presently with the Marico and adding that regulatory part. So that's the one part of the Prabodh. The another part of Prabodh, he keep publishing a small booklet with the motivational quotes named Prabodhika, which is appreciated by all of the readers who have got or been fortunate to get that copy. So with this, I welcome Prabodh. Prabodh ji had a right question, which now probably Pratik and Karishma ji would be responding.
Thank you, Professor Ashutosh, a dear friend of mine, and NIFTM. We started together for propagating the NIFTM, but I think it's a great accomplishment which Professor Ashutosh you are doing, being in academic, but you are helping industry. So Ritesh is a dear friend. I think it's a fantastic event, and thanks for introducing. So Pratik, आपसे सुनना चाहते हैं बॉस प्रतीक and
before Pratik takes up, so what Prabodji, what you said, I started with that when just setting up the tone. Ritesh ji said that that's the duty which I have. So I mentioned that whatever we are doing for as a professional, because food technology is a subject which is not a conventional kind of subject, and it is meant for the profession. Ultimately, delivery will come through industry, and how we can connect well, and what we are doing and in our silos, and you are doing there, you are having a problem, we might have a solution, but we are not able to connect each other or customizing that solution for you. So we are eager to hear from you both, Pratik and Karishma ji. Pratik ji.
Thank you, for asking this question, and I would like to bring upon in such a way that I'll share my example that what happened with our case. If you remember, Ashutosh ji, we came to meet you, I think 3 years back, and trying to understand the product, trying to understand how could we do this, and this ways forward. There was no team. We do not hold technical backgrounds, and we did not know even ABC of food of that say. Now, giving that, we wanted to still learn. Now, we came across a gentleman. He said, okay, you want to do something, get your hands dirty. You really have to get hands dirty. Now, either I come to a university like to NIFTM and say that, okay, give me a product that is made, or guide me how to do that, whereby I can take along the innovation along with me going further as well. I should not stop at 1, 2, or 3, but I need to build upon that. Now, I think with that, first thing first, that everybody has to play a major role from an academic perspective. Food technology, you would have to nurture real talent to be able to take the innovation journey forward. Secondly, the role that you would have to also play is to showcase the realistic part of it. It's not something that I decided today and then I could make it tomorrow. Just to give you an example as well, as an IT part, there are hundreds and hundreds of people in the background, or maybe thousands and lakhs now. The raw talent is there, the basic structures are there. But when it comes to food technology, everybody has to learn right from basics itself and to create something new. It's not something that you can take a degree and then just have every knowledge of it. Nurturing them and showcasing them the realistic part of it and guiding them through that, how do you scale up certain things? I think that is one thing that you guys as academic people, as well as the real brains behind the industry, would have to keep guiding and keep taking us through. That's all I would like to say.
Thank you, Pratikji. Thank you. Wonderful. And I think this is the least expectation in a sober word what you could expect from the technical people. But I'm really looking for some sharp feedback, and that should become like a reality for us. And we are also responsible for giving back to the industry, society, and in large. So thank you. But anyway, you spoke so well. Yes, ma'am.
So thank you so much, Mr. Prabodh, Dr. Prabodh. Actually, first I should come and see you. I'm at Marico often. I have many mentors there, so I should probably come and see you next time I'm there.
Definitely.
I request Ritesh for your
Yeah. I head the regulatory function there, so you are most welcome. I sit in R&D.
Yeah.
So
It's Dr. Sudhakar Maskar's Seva.
yes, he's my boss.
So, Dr. Prabodh, I'll tell you at least my expectation from my food tech is I want them to be a little bit uncomfortable in a startup. And let me explain by what I mean by that, right? In a large organization, let's say a Mondelez or a Marico or a Hindustan Unilever, there are set patterns, there are set rules, there's a large lab, there's a very defined template by which marketing gives you an expectation. You work on a product, you have a 6-month product to change one ingredient. In a startup, the rules of the game are very different. There is no starting position. We want everything to happen in magical timelines. Very often there is no prototype because we're trying to disrupt the market, right? So I feel that level of imagination and discomfort should be felt by good food technologists to support a startup, because unless they feel that inherent discomfort of going out, they're scientists at the end of the day, right? Where they're used to doing controlled experiments. To that, they need to come out of that and do uncontrolled and unfettered experiments. That's one. And the second dimension on which I want my food technologists to feel uncomfortable is the ability to push back and say no. I think it took me a while to tell the food technologists that I work with that, look, sometimes you need to call me out and say what you're saying is incorrect. It doesn't make logical sense. It just doesn't make logical sense, not from a technology perspective, but from a consumer perspective or a market perspective, right? So your ability to challenge, I think in food technologists, I have often found, maybe I've chosen the wrong bunch, but the guys that I work with are exceptionally good, but their ability to challenge is limited. So I think both ability to drive discontinuous process innovation, like without having a prototype, without having a base, without what it will look like, feel like, imagining, and your ability to call out not just your boss, but your marketing colleagues, your legal colleagues, your colleagues in all over the industry, and saying this is wrong. I am the food technologist. I'm the owner of this product. I would encourage them to do this, and that would be a good service.
Very well said. I think that is a lesson also for an academic side. I'll take, and this I'll pass it on to academic world also, that the leader which we need to produce, they should have the capability to challenge also. That's well taken. Well taken.
Thank you, ma'am. I think it was a wonderful answer, and this is the least expectation, and then we need to prepare. And now, actually, my next feedback goes to Professor Upadhyay ji, that we have to make some kind of curriculum. I know that NIFTM has that, but 2 other food technology colleges wherein we also teach some aspect of this to our food technology students for making them a professional, only from the technical, but the communication, the ability, the conviction. So this is very important. So Ritesh, I think this is a great feedback. And thanks for giving me opportunity. And I really enjoyed the entire session. And thanks, yeah, really wonderful. Ritesh, you did a great job, man.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Ashutosh ji. You also did a great job.
It was effort from whatever Mumbai chapter made. I am just sitting here to take credit.
No, I'm touched because this was my idea of including the startup session here, and also the smart protein which we are doing tomorrow. So, but yes, wonderful session. Really wonderful session. Thanks.
Thanks, Prabodh.
Thank you.
And thanks for allowing me to be part of this elite group.
No. It's a good guest entry which you made, and it was a pleasure to have you. And
so
wonderful.
You know, Dr.
I think without having you, it would not have completed. That's the thing.
You know, what is my feeling now when you are actually in a theater, when you are sitting on the last row and suddenly somebody is calling you on the dais to speak. So that is my feeling now. I am from the last row where you are not able to hear and listen and only you can see. Suddenly I've been elevated by Ritesh to be on the dais to speak. Thank you.
This is the humbleness of the director of the movie. So nice.
Exactly.
No, but amazing session, Ritesh, and all the best to all the startups. And please give them their numbers. I would like to touch base to them, and definitely we can add value to their ventures and support.
Sure. Thank you, Prabodh. Also, who doesn't know, Prabodh is also on the committee member for the many of the FSSAI forums, and be in Ayush or be in nutrition guidelines or many more things. Like if you see his name in Nutraceuticals Forum, who's making the rules? He's the one who's making the rules. So or seeing the regulations part of it. He's like mentor for most of the people. Even for me, he's a mentor. I always come to him whenever I had some problem or discussion or anything. He's my senior also. So it's always fun. One last thing, can we take a group photo possible?
Yes.
I will request all the speaker to turn their camera on so we can take a group photo. We always do this in offline session. If we can do it now. I'm not good in IT and for sure this is be a trouble for me today.
Print screen.
I can take a screenshot.
Yeah.
But who can? But only 4 of us are coming in the.
Exactly. So I was wondering why I'm not able to see everybody. Oh yes, I think.
Shubha kidhar hai?
Shubha. There are a couple of people who are like Nilesh is. I can see his name, but I can't see his camera on.
But you keep the grid just on the screen.
Yeah, sure. Kushal, आपका camera. Yes, got it now.
Yes.
Great, I did. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we can end the session here. Thank you so much. Thank you everybody for coming in and taking time. Thank you, Prabodh, for the guest entry, Dhamaka entry.
Thank you to what means we might have had a good number of audience that side. So to whom we are just able to connect by voice and pictures of ours, but we cannot really listen them in words, but we are able to feel them. So thank you very much, everyone. So here we conclude the session. It was a wonderful session. Thank you for your contribution. So thank you. We can wind up now.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good morning to all of you. Am I audible to you people?
Yes, good evening, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Shafat, yes. And Mr. and myself is Dr. Girdhar Parvatam, the co-chair for this session, technical session 3 of day 1.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you. I am the senior principal scientist, biotechnology division, CSIR, CFTR, Mysore. Okay. Some more in this session. 4 presentations are there. So one is Mr. Shafat Khan from Islamic University of Science and Technology, Avantpur, Jammu and Kashmir. Yes, you are available. Welcome. And the next presenter is Ms. Manasa Vallamkondu from CSIR CFTI. Manasa, are you ready? Are you available? I think she just signed, but it is in mute. And the next participant is Ms. Konal Akila from IIT Roorkee. Akila, are you
yes,
also?
sir, I'm available.
Yes, okay.
I'm available now.
Yeah, welcome. And the next participant is Mr. Dakuri Ramakant from IIT Roorkee. I think he's yet to join, I think.
No, yes, he has to join now. He's with me. He'll join in a couple of minutes.
Okay, right. So if so, then we will continue this session. Since we are having 4 presenters in this session, we have been allotted only 1 hour. So I would like to maximum 15 minutes for each presentation, including the 3 minutes discussion point. Okay, so you have to restrict your presentation exactly to the 12 minutes. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
yes,
now
sir.
now I request the first presenter, Mr. Shafat Khan from Islamic University of Science and Technology, Avantpura, Jammu and Kashmir. The topic what he has chosen is performance evaluation of infrared assisted hybrid greenhouse solar dryer. Yeah, you can please load your presentation.
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, I'm not disabled. Host disabled participant screen sharing. Can you please make me? Okay, I am the host now. Thank you.
Yeah.
So just a second.
Is there any problem in uploading the?
Actually, it is just uploading.
No.
Okay.
Started session. Thank you.
Manasa, you can mute your mic.
Okay, sir. Sir, is my presentation visible?
Yes, it is visible. You can continue. Full screen mode, you can go and present.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, everybody. I'm Shafat Khan, working as a faculty at Islamic Department of Food Technology, Islamic University of Science and Technology. Today, I'm here with a presentation. Basically, it is a kind of technology that I have developed here for a farmer-centric technology, and I have done its performance evaluation. This technology is basically infrared-assisted hybrid greenhouse solar dryer. So in our Kashmir, I will be just giving a little bit of preface, a background about it. In our Kashmir, there are a lot of horticultural products, and there are a lot of farmers that are moving from traditional agriculture to horticulture. So here, when I started working here in 4 years ago, I found there are a lot of problems related to preservation of our fruits, basically, essentially.
So what our farmers are facing a problem where like they had to sell their produce immediately. There was no technology, like there are no large scale installation of cold storage facilities here, and moreover the farmers are not ready or they cannot afford those technologies. So what they wanted some kind of preservation technology that would be very cheap, quality efficient, and very readily readily available to them, so that they could just preserve their fruits, so that they can later on sell on on their good prices. So what I found found here was like we have a lot of fruits that are growing that grow up here. And but what happens, because of lack of infrastructure facilities, they have to sell it within days, or maybe sometimes they are just resell it and just leave it to contractors. As a result, they lose that benefit which they can avail if they have that preservation technique or any kind of storage technology with them. So what I did, I tried to augment our greenhouse dryer with the infrared dryer. So infrared has a lot of benefits. So does the solar greenhouse dryer, and clubbing them made us very robust and a very economical dryer, which I am going to share in my presentation. So why greenhouse solar drying? So because it is simply because solar sun drying is really very it has a lot of disadvantages, right? From mechanical losses to the quality losses to the nutritional losses. There are a lot of disadvantages, as we know, with the sun drying. So we are moving towards solar drying. But now after solar drying, we are moving towards hybrid solar drying. So I try to make one similar structure, fabricate a structure in hybrid solar dryer, so that our farmers could get benefited from that technology, which I'm going to share. So greenhouse dryer basically works on the greenhouse effect. Then the moisture gets removed, through this thermosyphic effect. So there is convection. The heat gets transferred through convection, and there is the removal of moisture through diffusion. That is the basic principle how the greenhouse solar dryer works. So what I did in my in my dryer, this is the schematic of the dryer which I have fabricated at my department in my university. The project was funded by World Bank. It was under a project called Technical Education Quality Improvement Program, TQ3. So what I did in this structure, I just tried to club two technologies. One was the greenhouse dryer, and try to augment this with the infrared lamps or infrared dryers, we can say. What did this help me? In Kashmir, I sensed that the time of the drying, or the time period wherever solar drying or solar sunlight is available is not quite large. It's not quite huge. It is very limited, and sometimes the intensity on which the main solar drying works, it is not really as good as in the other parts of our country, because of the topographical and the latitudinal location of our area. So what I sensed, like, if we can do one thing, we can augment this dryer, so that the drying efficiency could get increased. I augmented this dryer with the infrared dryer. So first I fabricated a greenhouse with the help of a polycarbonate material. The volume of my dryer was around 23 meter cube, and I had made both. I wanted to make it run on both active as well as passive mode. So I had kept exhaust fans also and lamps also. These dryers, since I had to make it a farmer specific technology, it should be running in the middle of the orchard. So what I did, I tried to further integrate it with the solar tree. Sorry, what did the solar tree do? Solar tree, I infused that tree with on different angles, so that maximum energy would be harnessed from the sun at different angles. Because we know the sun rotates from east to west. The location of the sun is throughout the day is different. So in order to harness the maximum energy from the sun, I fabricated a solar tree. The solar tree could harness maximum energy and could store it in the batteries. The energy stored in the batteries could be used to run those lamps and the fans even in the evening time. Suppose in the daytime we had 25 degree to 30-degree temperature in my city or in my village. So what do I do? The temperature drops abruptly in the evening. My dryer then gets my lamps then gets activated. I further integrated them with the softwares, Raspberry Pi software I was using, I integrated them with the softwares. Whenever there is a threshold temperature, the temperature drops below that threshold temperature, my lamps automatically gets activated. They go activated and they run. They try to raise the temperature at a maximum level to their capacity. In this way, the drying efficiency increases. There is a prolongation of the heat that is available to the product, and the moisture gets removed more rapidly. As you can see, this is the dryer which is running in my department. I have made it. See, this is the evening. This is a photo I have snapped at an evening time. What happened in this evening time? I still could manage a temperature of around 34 degree in that evening, because of these infrared lamps that I had provided. The solar radiation dropped abruptly, but because I had the energy stored in my solar tree, I could use these infrared dryers, and the drying efficiency increased. This is the technology that has been used to dry the strawberries also by some of my farmers that I am in contact with. I went there. Actually, the agriculture marketing department called me and said, like, we want to get benefited from this technology. We've heard about it. They actually came to our university and visited it. And I told them, yes, we can just further commercialize it. I can help to provide consultancy so that the farmers can replicate it. And as many as 3 farmers have used this technology, one has purchased this dryer, and I am directly looking into the consultancy work. I can say not a consultancy, but providing technical consultation to them if they ever face any kind of problem. So as I told, this heat transfer gets heat gets transferred through natural convection mode if it is running in a passive mode, and there is a diffusion of moisture from the product surface to the environment, which is being removed in the air through the use of these exhaust ventilation that we have provided through the fans. So the product that I dried in my university at my lab level was the pear. So pear is also one such product which gets pulled off quickly, because there is very less willingness as well as availability of an infrastructural facility in our department. So in our state. So we tried to start up with our available product as soon as our dryer got fabricated. The pear was available. We started drying our pear. So we tried to compare it on a passive mode, compared it with a refractance window dryer, which also we are working over. Try to compare, see what are the result differences, color, various quality, physical differences over them. Then we also try to compare it other properties which I will be sharing. Then we also compared its thermal efficiency, like the parameters of energy and exergy. So this was the procedure. We first got the pairs, then we did the routine procedure of peeling, washing, basic unit operations. We tried to do as was mentioned as our procedural. So then we tried to do 2 things. One, we straight away put our control sample in our dryer, in a refractance dryer, in a tray dryer, and the dryer which was integrated or hybridized with the infrared sample. The other 2 samples were like, we tried to provide 1% of ascorbic acid, and the other one we tried to give simple blanching at 80 degrees Celsius. So the pear was washed, peeled, and finally dried. And this is the moisture content that was initially present in our dryer. So when we did the drying in the passive mode, we got a final moisture content. We reduced it to the final moisture content of in a tray dryer at in 10 hours we reduced at 60 degrees Celsius. We tried to see how much we can reduce in 10 hours. So we saw that it was only in a tray dryer only we could reduce down to 16% moisture content. While in refractance window dryer, it is a very quick mode of drying. So I think it took almost around 2 hours for us to dry the product, and quality was relatively good in the tray dry as compared to the tray drying sample. So what we do, we also put that sample, then again we try to put the sample for the same number of time to 12 hours, and the moisture got reduced down to 17% at 60 degrees Celsius. This we first tried to use our dryer and do passive mode of greenhouse drying. So we did passive mode. We did not use any kind of electricity. We did not use solar tree at all. We just closed down the Okay, we just closed down the lamps and the exhaust fan. We just ran it down on a passive mode. Okay, this was the quality we got under 3 modes. One was under the control mode, one was under the blanched mode, one was under the ascorbic acid mode.
Mr. Shafat, would you is it possible for you? Can you conclude this one, because with the major highlights only you can focus, because the time is running out.
Sure.
2 more minutes.
Okay, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you so
major
much.
highlights you can
Okay.
share.
Okay, sir. Okay. Simply then again it took us only 8 hours to go on to the moisture content of around 14%. Then again what we did the same drying in the active mode. So in active mode we used our solar tree. In our solar tree we used our solar tree. We ran whenever the temperature in the evening got down, we ran it with the infrared dryer. With the help of infrared dryer, the drying time. Okay, we also used intermittently in the daytime also to raise the temperature further. So as a result of which our drying efficiency increased, specific energy consumption increases, thermal efficiency, energy efficiency of our dryer got increased. So I will just quickly move. Okay, so this is the performance of our active solar dryer. This is the in the red color you can see the temperature inside the dryer, while the blue lines signifies that the temperature that was outside the environmental temperature. Similarly, the relative humidity because of the moisture was higher as compared to the outside. So the radiation because of the emissivity coefficient of our polycarbonate, there was slightly lower solar intensity inside the dryer. So this was about the passive dryer. Again, we can see the same kind of trend. We found that there was a relative humidity, temperature, and solar radiation. Relative humidity and temperature was higher, while as the solar radiation was lower. But the temperature we got with the active dryer that was higher than the temperature that we got with the passive dryer. So this was the performance of the energy efficiency. We calculated then the energy efficiency and the exergy. Energy is the total energy that would have been drawn because of the energies that were present inside the dryer, while as the exergy is the utilized output energy that we have utilized from the sun or from the lamp that was actually taken up by the product to remove the moisture. This was the trend that we got. Now I'll quickly go on to the conclusion. The conclusion was that we had a higher so the chamber efficiency got higher when we used our infrared dryer. The economic we are working on it to calculate the economic of this dryer. We have estimated return on investment is around 2 years if we run 3 products in a year. If a farmer runs 3 products, in 2 years our investment we will get 100% on our return on our investment. So, and the other things was like drying efficiency, thermal efficiency, and exergy was very high as when we compared IR dryer, IRGHD to CGHD.
Okay, you can complete. Is it over? Okay. Yeah. I have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Is it possible to ensure uniform drying in this method?
Actually, we have tried to maintain a uniform drying. How we did it, we used as I said that we used Raspberry Pi software, and we had used a couple of we have used couple of other things. We had used a couple of softwares else. I just forgot that name. So, but what it did, actually, whenever the temperature got lower, what we used to do whenever the temperature got lower in the daytime, the infrared dryers would self-activate on a threshold, and they would try to maintain a range of uniform temperature.
Because why I'm asking is because in the industrial production scale, if you are doing in the larger scale, conveyor belt system will be there that ensures a uniform drying. That's why I asked.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I cannot say exact temperature, but range we have maintained. I think around 3 degree, 4 degree range. Absolutely.
Yeah. One more question. Second question
we have
is.
tried.
Yeah, another question is already there are some commercially available things in other nations, especially the double pass solar dryers and infrared coupled double pass solar dryers. Compared to those things, this hybrid model, what you have developed, what are the major merits and advantage? Can you throw in one or two points?
So the major merit is like as you said, the uniformity in the dryer. Number one. Number second, this dryer is self-sufficient, completely on-farm dryer. It does not require any kind of external electricity. I can run it in the middle of the orchard. My farmer can run it in the middle of the orchard. One will be the uniformity, second will be the third will be the economy. I think we are almost calculating the return on investment will be around 2 years. And third is because of the infrared dryer, the quality of the dried product in terms of color and texture are better.
Okay. The last question is, suppose if you are running the same system in both autumn and summer, okay, the timing for the drying will be the same, only the temperature makes difference, or the timing also will be different?
So the timing will be different. In autumn, in summer you can start. We generally start from 8 a.m. We can start it from the drying. But in our autumn, we generally start it by 10 because of the sun, the geolocation of the sun. That it will be very prudent if we can shift the time by 1 hour or 2 hours. So because it won't make any difference.
Okay, thank you very much for your active participation. Very good work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. Now may I request the next participant, Ms. Manasa Vallamkondu from CSR CFTI. So her presentation topic title is Spice Fixed Oils, a good source of anti-discriminatory activity as confirmed using in vitro and in vivo models. Yeah, Manasa, you can upload your presentation.
Is it?
Yeah, yes, it is in full screen mode.
You can see the screen.
Yes, we can see the slides, and exactly 12 minutes beep will be there. Okay, afterwards
Okay,
3 minutes questionnaire. Okay, your presentation starts now. Okay.
Okay, sir. Hello, good
Yes,
evening, everyone. Thank
go
you, sir,
ahead.
for my introduction. First of all, I thank to ICFOST 28 conference organizers for giving me this opportunity to present oral presentation. Myself, Vallamkondu Manasa, I am a senior research fellow in CSR CFTRI. Today, I would like to talk about the spice fixed oils. Spice fixed oils, a good source of anti-dyslipidemic activity as confirmed using in vitro and in vivo models. As we know that spices are well known from traditional medicine and they can help us to stay healthy. And not only that, spices are playing very important role in our daily food system to increase the food flavor and taste. But not only that, it has various medicinal properties also, like it can act as antioxidant, anti-diabetic, and it can boost our immune system to fight various metabolic disorders. But as per my hypothesis, till today, spices are well known for their essential oils and extractives, which have various medicinal properties. But after extracting the essential oil, the spices, the residual mass can use for the extraction of fixed oil. But there is a very less literature is available about the spice fixed oil. Until today, there is no data about what is the role of spice fixed oils in controlling various metabolic disorders. With this hypothesis, for the present study, we chosen some of the spices like Alpinia galanga, Cinnamon gelanica, Trigonella phonangrica, Phoniculum vulgare, and Myristica fragrans. Why? Because all these spices as such, as well as essential oils and extractives are placing various important role in controlling lipid metabolism related disorders. Then here we want to know what is the role of fixed oil in controlling those disorders. For that, we made a study design like we extracted the fixed oil, which are non-volatile at room temperature. We extracted from the spices and then we fractionated the nutraceutical fractions like polyphenol, oryzanol, tocopherol, and phytosterol, which are oil-based nutraceuticals. Then these nutraceuticals were subjected to 3T3 and HG2 cell lines, which are liver and adipose cell lines, to test their cytotoxicity as well as lipid accumulation in the cell lines. Then after finding the best performed fixed oils were given to the in vivo mice models through diet. After that, we checked the serum lipid profile like cholesterol, triglycerides, lipoproteins. Then further, we found out what is the molecular mechanism behind this study in liver and adipose tissue. So coming to the in vitro studies, as such spice oils, first we treated to the cell lines to find their cytotoxicity. Among that, 200 microgram per ml concentration, there was no toxicity was observed in both the cell lines like 3T3 and HG2. Then, as I said, the nutraceutical fractions what we extracted from the spice fixed oils were also treated individually to the 3T3L1 to find out their toxicity. Among 4, polyphenol, tocopherol, and oryzanol up to 100 microgram per ml concentration, no toxicity was observed. Coming to the phytosterol fraction, 12.5 microgram per ml concentration was enough to cell survival. So, with this concentration, further we check the anti-dyslipidemic activity in 3T3L1 cell lines. When we given the polyphenol fraction to the cell line in As in slide, we can see only 67% of the lipid accumulation was observed in the cell lines. Coming to the tocopherol fraction, only 61% was observed. Among the nutraceutical fractions, the original showed the best anti-lipidemic activity, which can able to accumulate only 56%. Though we are using the phytosterol in less concentration, this is also showed the very good anti-lipidemic activity. With this, all these 4 fractions we pulled and made a reconstituted fraction, and then we checked the cytotoxicity in both the cell lines, where we found 100 microgram per ml concentration. There was no toxicity was observed in both the cell lines. So with this concentration, further we move to anti-lipidemic activity. Here we can see clearly that among all the studied spice fixed oil nutraceutical fractions, the Cinnamon gelanicum, Trigonella phonograecum, and Phoniculum vulgare showed a dose-dependent anti-lipidemic activity. Means when I increased the concentration of the nutraceutical fraction giving to the cell, there is a reduction in the lipid accumulation was observed. So with this best performed spice fixed oils, we were further moved to the in vivo studies. So for this in vivo study, we chosen these 3 spice fixed oils only. Here we chosen the 357 BL/6 mice, and then we fed with the high fat diet, because where we can make them to dyslipidemic condition. After confirming the dyslipidemic condition, further we started our spice fixed oil treatment. Then the completion of intervention period, we checked the serum lipid profile like cholesterol, triglycerides, LDL and HDL. After that, the gene expression studies were also done. The key genes which are involved in the dyslipidemic condition like PPR gamma, SREBP, CEBP and ApoB gene expression levels were studied. So this is the animal group what we conducted for our study. Here normal control is there and dyslipidemic control, which is the high fat fed group. After that, we took atorvastatin as a standard drug, then risperidone oil. Till today, in market, commercially available anti-obesity oil were taken as a positive control. Coming to my spice fixed oils, Cinnamon gelanicum, Trigonella phonograecum, and Phoniculum vulgare. These 3 fixed oils were taken into 2 different concentrations. These concentrations were chosen based on the nutraceutical profile present in the respective spice fixed oil. So, in the graph, we can see clearly that the initial weight, body weight of all the group of mice was same. Though they are taking almost the same food intake, the final body weight was changed and varied from high fat diet to spice fixed oil treatment. So here among all the studied spice fixed oil, Cinnamon gelanicum with 7.5% showed a good reduction in the body weight. So after that, we want to check what is the lipid profile in the serum. As we know that dyslipidemia is a condition where the lipid levels will alter with or without any obesity. So as that statement, we can see in high fat diet, there is a high amount of cholesterol, triglycerides, LDL with decreased HDL levels. When we treated the mice with our selected spice fixed oils, there is a reduction in cholesterol, triglycerides and LDL with increased HDL level was observed. Among all the 3, the Cinnamon gelanicum of 2 concentrations showed a good lipid profile and then which were correlated with the cholesterol as well as standard drug atorvastatin also. So after this, we want to see what is the molecular mechanism behind this. Because of that, here we chosen the 4 key genes which are mainly involved in the dyslipidemic condition like PPR gamma, SREBP, CEBP and ApoB genes. So we checked all these 4 genes in liver and adipose tissue. When we see the in liver tissue, the PPR gamma, CEBP and ApoB and SREBP gene levels were down regulated in case of high fat fed mice group. Then coming to the control, how the control mice are acted, the same way the spice fixed oil treatment groups were also showed the normalized gene expression levels in the liver. So after this, we want to check what is the role of these genes in the adipose tissue also. So when we see as in liver, in adipose tissue also, in high fat fed group, all these 4 genes were down regulated. So when we given these spice fixed oils, the levels were normalized, especially among all, the Cinnamon gelanicum with 7.5% showed a good normalized levels of these gene expressions, which were really correlated with the control group. We can see clearly that in case of atorvastatin, which is a standard drug also, only SREBP levels were normalized, but not the other genes. Coming to the rice bran oil, there is no gene level were normalized with the rice bran oil treatment. So from this, we can say that our fixed oils are really acting more than the rice bran oil, which is commercially available as a anti-obesity oil. So to conclude this study, in vitro, as such, when we give the spice fixed oils, nutraceutical fractions individually and in reconstituted form, there is no cell cytotoxicity was observed up to certain concentration. Because of that, the same concentration were further chosen for anti-lipidemic activity. Among the 5, Cinnamon gelanicum, Trigonella phonograecum, and Phoniculum vulgare showed the good anti-lipidemic activity in both 3T3 as well as HEBG2 cell lines, which are respective to the adipose as well as the liver cell lines. With this background, further we move to in vivo studies with these 3 spices only. Out of these 3, Cinnamon gelanicum showed a good reduction in the body weight as well as it showed the best lipid profile among all the studied spice fixed oils. The same thing, the down-regulated genes in high-fat fed were normalized with our spice fixed oil treatment. After the Cinnamon gelanicum in the study, we can say that Phoniculum vulgare also showed a good anti-dyslipidemic activity. So from the study, we can see that the spice fixed oils can use as a statins for statin intolerant people. So the take-home message is spice fixed oils address dyslipidemia as effectively as standard drug atorvastatin, as well it means better than the rice bran oil. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Manasa. So
Thank
you
you,
have
sir.
completed within the time. Okay, so I can ask a couple of questions more also.
Thank you,
So just a moment. Yeah, it is quite interesting to know that this spice spent oils what you have selected, that is fennel, nutmeg, fenugreek, and cinnamon, showed better performance than rice bran oil for the parameter what you have studied, lipidemic effect. And in this case, I would like to ask, generally spice oils are having a lot of demand global market. So what about this spent spice oils? So what is there any fixed market in globally for this one?
Yes, sir. Actually, recently, this spice spent oil, not turmeric spent oil, they are using, sir. In market,
Okay.
it is available. And then recently, the reports are there also about their nutraceutical profile and their anti-diabetic activity also. So these spice spent oils have really very rich global demand.
If so, if anybody wants to use for food or pharma applications, are there any restrictions or limitations from regulatory agencies point of view for these spent oils?
No, sir. Actually, we can see from my study only, though when we given the cell lines as well as to animals also, there was no toxicity, and then it was not showing any adverse side effects, sir. It is like a normal oils only. So it is a good option to take it into further also.
Okay. Have you envisaged any product or process development based on the outcome of your study, because you got very good data? So is it only a basic study, or you are contemplating or envisaged any product?
Yes, sir. Actually, we are planning. As I said, the original is normally the sole source of rice bran oil. But in our study, we found spice oils also as a source of original. So we are planning to process the technology, sir.
In industry point of view, downstream processing is very important. So how economical is the method what you have optimized? If anybody wants to take it up in a commercial scale for this spent oil extraction from these spices?
Sir. I think in industrially also it is easy to adapt, as we are using the spice spent for fixed oil extraction, as well as to extract these fixed oils. There is no much instrumentation is required, sir. So maybe it is easy to adapt for industry people also.
Okay. Okay. Again, last question is, you have this polyphenol, stocose, oryzanol, and phytosterol. They're all between 56 to 70% range. It is there. If so, which bioactive compound you expect that contributes more for this anti-lipidemic effect?
Yes, sir. Obviously, I can say original, sir, because original only is given only 60% of lipid accumulation. Others may be little 60 or 70, but original showed a good anti-lipidemic activity, sir. So maybe in reconstituted fraction also, it is really contributing to control the lipid accumulation.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your participation and nice presentation. Okay,
Thank you, sir.
thank you. Yeah. Now we'll move to the next participant, Ms. Konala Akhila. She is going to present on the topic development of novel gallic acid coated paper as oxygen indicator label for food safety. She is from IIT Roorkee. Yeah, Akhila, you can upload your presentation.
Yes, sir. Just a second.
Yeah.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, you can. Yeah, it's fine. You can continue. Start.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Okay, so good evening, everyone. I am Akhila. I'm a PhD scholar from the Department of Paper Technology, IIT Roorkee. Today, I'll give a presentation on development of novel gallic acid coated paper as an oxygen indicator for food safety. Let's start with the basics of what food packaging is. So, a packaging is a means to protect, contain, preserve, and handle the product till it reaches the ultimate customer in a safe and sound manner. But what is safety and how we prioritize safety, especially in the terms of food packaging? So what food safety is? Food safety is as simple as it sounds. Protecting the food from cross-contamination caused by pathogens, or carefully processing the food post-harvest and using safe raw materials. Because unsafe food containing harmful bacteria can cause up to 200 different diseases ranging from diarrhea to cancer. Almost 1 in 10 people fall ill after eating contaminated food. So packaging does his job in maintaining the safety of the food. That is what we know till now. But according to the world statistics, about 2.6 billion tons of food is being wasted at household levels only, out of which 10% wastage can be avoided with proper packaging and maintenance. With all the packaging that we had in India, India still brags 94th place in Global Hunger Index with a wastage of 67 million tons of food per year. So as a packaging technologist, how we can contribute to the improvement of food safety in terms of packaging is by introducing a technique called smart packaging, and in that specifically it is intelligent packaging. Intelligent packaging is a system that contains components that monitor the condition of packaged food of the environment and communicate it with the consumer in a visual way. So this brings the concept of dynamic shelf life. The dynamic shelf life of the product has been known with these indicators and all. So there are different types of intelligent packaging systems, which are indicators, data carriers, and sensors. But why is the food being spoiled? The major reason for food being spoiled is temperature, its exposure to temperature, oxygen, moisture, or microbes, which causes changes in the pH of the food, and the food becomes obnoxious. So the consumer decision making is highly dependent on the labels that are being provided on the packaging. Either it is best before, used by, or whatever it is. So the better communication of a product is always important. So if you can see in the example, the yellow color indicates that the product inside the packaging is fresh, whereas the stale products has shown it in a blue color. So any consumer who goes into the market can easily detect that the product inside the packaging is bad, because the indicator shows it is blue in color. So such indicators are very helpful in reducing the food wastage. So, and we generally we concentrate on oxygen indicators because oxygen is abundantly available, and oxygen causes lipid degradation and protein destruction in the food, and causes rancidities in the food. So let's talk about what oxygen indicators. And for this purpose, the materials we have chosen are gallic acid and cellulose acetate. So gallic acid is a naturally occurring polyphenol, which is 3,4,5-trihydroxybenzoic acid, and it is mainly obtained from tea leaves or pomegranate peels, etc. And the major applications are found to be antibiotic manufacturing, ink industry, food industry, and is also a potential oxygen scavenger. And so as to use gallic acid as an oxygen indicator, we have to make it into solution and coat it onto a paper. Like we chose to coat it on a paper, and the binder we have chosen is cellulose acetate. Cellulose acetate is a non-petroleum based biodegradable plastic, which is made up of acetylation of cellulose, and it is mainly used in surface coatings, plastics and membranes, and cigarette filters, etc. So the solvent used for this purpose of making a solution of gallic acid and cellulose acetate is ethanol and ethyl acetate. They both are taken in a mixture of 3:1, so that cellulose acetate and gallic acid can be easily dissolved. Now the mixture is kept onto a magnetic stirrer and different amounts of cellulose acetate and gallic acid were slowly added into the solution along with glycerol for plasticization. Now the obtained solution has been coated onto a paper of 110 GSM using an automatic bar coater. Now that the coated paper is obtained, the obtained paper is cut into circular labels and is exposed to atmospheric oxygen at different pH conditions, which shows different colors. So how come gallic acid is showing different colors? Let's look into the mechanism. So the mechanism involved is as follows. Gallic acid has 3 hydroxyl groups, which is ready to undergo deprotonation when exposed to alkaline medium. So the stronger the alkaline medium, the higher the deprotonation and forms the gallate anions along with H2O2. And this gallate anion is highly reactive to oxygen. So when the gallate anions reacts with oxygen, it forms quinones of gallic acid anions, and then further gives gallic acid dimer. The gallic acid has dimer is furthermore reactive with excess amounts of oxygen and gives dimers of gallic acid in quinone forms, which has a red tan brown color. So the intermediate structures is all responsible for the change in color. So as I already told, the degree of deprotonation depends upon the strength of the alkaline medium. So the lower the strength of the medium, the lower the gallate anion formation, and the higher the strength of the medium, the higher the gallate anion formation, and hence the color. So the colors observed in this mechanism are ranging from green, gray, blue, and some greenish brown to tan brown in 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 pH. And this gallic acid solution has been subjected to UV also, which shows that the lambda max peak of this particular gallic acid solution has been shifted towards a left side, which is a hypsochromic shift. And it suggests that this gallic acid solution has different colors in this visible region. So this is how the halochromism of gallic acid is. And then coming to the Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, which was conducted to know the intra and intermolecular bonding of any of the cellulose acetate or gallic acid has been formed during the formation of solution. So these are the FTIR, which says that there are no new bonds seen in this thing. Only the thing is the bond here at 1690 of gallic acid, which belongs to the C double bond O stretch of carbonyl group, has been shifted a little bit towards 1730, which is also C double bond O stretch of cellulose acetate, which shows that they have a little bit of resonance, nothing more than that. And the other bonds are like 1611, 1539 as the stretching and bending vibrations of CC bonds in gallic acids, and the COC ester groups of cellulose acetate and CH3 bonds of gallic acid. Everything has been found to be intact, and the gallic acid is ready to react with the oxygen when it is available with the acidic medium. So the prepared solution before coating onto the paper was subjected to viscosity studies so as to know the better viscosity range for our coating applications. So it is found that the solution is preparing in a pseudoplastic behavior, which says that the viscosity decreases with the increase in shear rate. So which is very good for coating applications. And to be precise, the composition with a maximum amount of cellulose acetate has the highest viscosity, which is around 18.37 pascal second. And after with just 5% change in gallic acid content, the viscosity has reduced very drastically and has come down to a level of 2.3, 2.4, and 1.5, which is very low. And after a certain amount of 20%, there is no such viscosity change has been observed. So these all solutions have been coated onto the paper, and then the surface morphology analysis was performed using FESCM and AFM spectroscopies. So in the FESCM, the first image here shown is the raw paper, which is full of fibers and very uneven surface. But once the coating is done, all the surfaces has become so very smooth. And the solution with the highest amount of cellulose acetate seems to be very smoother, but if you observe very close to it, this image is taken at 50 micrometers. If we observe very close, you can find a ripples kind of structure. But the cellulose acetate and gallic acid percentage with 20% has a little bit softer surface. So in order to analyze better about this surface analysis, we have performed AFM. So in AFM, we found that cellulose acetate gallic acid 20% has the lowest maximum roughness of 34.2 nanometers, which suggests that cellulose acetate gallic acid 20 has a smoother surface rather than of gallic acid 5%. It's because the ripple structure formed, as you can see in AFM images, the heights, the valleys and heights of the paper has been shown clearly here. So it has a little bit higher roughness factor. So it says that the viscosity at lower levels of cellulose acetate, I mean, particularly at cellulose acetate gallic acid 20%, has formed a good coating solution, and the coated surfaces, the smoothness has been reduced by almost, the roughness has been reduced by almost 60%. So this is our solution. Which we can coat onto the paper. So once the coating is done, we have exposed it to the alkaline conditions and to the atmospheric oxygen. So these are the color changes that we have obtained. So as seen in the UV visible spectroscopy, it turns out to be a little bit greenish, light gray. It's a combination of green and blue, and then to slowly to yellow, which is all because of the structures that are intermediately formed in the reactions of gallic acid. And if you see the total color change from the original, like the uncoated paper, before exposure, the highest color change has been observed, of course, at gallic acid 30% concentration, because there is a lot of gallic acid in it when compared to the other. And at pH 8, it has highest color change because it is completely dark in color when compared to the neat label, which is white, which is pure white in color. So the LAB value suggests that the color has shifted slowly towards greenish and reddish in color, which is of course clearly observed at pH 12. Yeah, so this is our initial study. And for this, our conclusions are gallic acid can be used as a potential oxygen indicator. And with the use of cellulose ester, the surface roughness has almost been reduced by 60%. And the UV visible spectrum confirms that the gallic acid has halochromism at alkaline pH. And delta E suggests that color change has been observed clearly in different pH solution. And we can conclude that utilization of this indicator can improve food safety, particularly for vacuum packed foods. Since this is a preliminary study, we are planning to conduct the experiments on real-time cases with oxygen sensitivity for vacuum packed foods. These are some of my references, and thank you. If you have any questions, we are ready for that.
Okay, thank you. Very good presentation. You are also within the time. Yeah, there are a couple of questions I would like to ask. One moment. I will switch on my camera.
Yes.
Yeah. In one of the slides, you have shown that under a different pH between 8 to 10, you have noticed from green to light brown and then to the yellow color change.
Yes.
Okay. Generally, in such films that are available in the market or in the reports also indicates that when the film absorbs the oxygen, okay, it may turn to brownish red to greenish black. But you have mentioned at one point red color also you have noticed. So how do you justify this one?
Well, sir, it depends on the structure of the component that we're considering actually. Gallic acid in such a structure, when it is forming a quinone, it definitely has that yellow to red in color. So there's quite difference between what the base material that we are using. Since I have taken gallic acid, my color is so. It's not necessary that every indicator has to be of the same color. It depends upon the base material that we are choosing. And gallic acid till now has been explored as just an oxygen scavenger with oxygen capacity which is very high, but nobody has explored how it could be it could behave as an oxygen indicator. So this is the first time we are doing this, and we are yet to study what can happen, for further applications and all.
Yeah, very good observation. I would like to add one more point also. Nowadays, gallic acid people are investigating for insecticidal property also. Do you know? Especially for post-harvest preservation purpose. Yes, yeah, in that kind. Okay, come back to your thing. Gallic acid plus sodium carbonate based oxidation scavenging films are also reported, especially multi-layer films. Okay, compared to that one,
yes,
the methodology, what you have optimized the film, what you have developed, how do you rate it? You ever see the more advantageous to that one or like that? Or it varies with the application to application?
No, sir. I would say this is advantageous because this is very simple and basic. Coating with an automatic barcoder onto a paper which is regularly available to us, like an A4 size sheet paper, also is quite feasible for us. It's not it. I won't say it is very cost effective, but it is cutting out some of the expenses that are used in multi-layer packaging, which are not used in here. We are just creating a label which we can stick it up to the vacuum packaging inside it. So I would definitely suggest this would be a better one.
Okay. Have you taken temperature also into consideration, or does temperature, whether it is having any influence on moisture absorption or oxygen absorption?
Well, temperature has not been considered as of now, sir. We are concentrating on oxygen sensitivity of gallic acid right now. We need to check how gallic acid will react to the different amount of oxygen that's been induced, because we are suggesting it for vacuum packaging. Vacuum packaging is 0% oxygen, like less than 1% oxygen. So we need to check oxygen sensitivity first, and then we'll go for temperature study.
Okay. Good luck. Thank you very much for your participation and nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Now we'll move to the last presenter. Last presenter, Mr. Dakuri Ramakant from IIT Roorkee. The topic what he has chosen is novel plant-based UV activated oxygen scavenging system based on natural rubber latex for food safety and quality applications. Yeah. Over to you, Mr. Ramakant. Yeah, you can switch to the full screen mode.
Yes. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So, good evening, everyone. I am Ramakant, PhD scholar from IIT Roorkee. So, I think we all deserve good food and a good life, right? So, a good packaging may protect your product, but an active and intelligent packaging may extend your to protect your health too. So, keeping this in mind, today I would like to introduce my topic: novel plant-based UV-activated oxygen scavenging system based on natural rubber latex for food safety and quality. So let us move forward. Food safety and security are the two major concerns of the today's world. Well, if we discuss about food safety and security, what is food safety and what is security? To keep it in short, food safety means it's from farm to fork in safe condition, and food security means the availability of secured food and sufficient in safe condition. So these are like interrelated terms, the food safety and security. So in today's world, like during these pandemic days, the consumption of unsafe food might lead to the foodborne diseases. According to the statistics released by WHO, the consumption of contaminated food caused around 500 million people to fall ill and around 230,000 people of deaths per year. So, according to the statistics released by United Nations program, around 1/3 of world's food is being wasted, which is approximately equal to 1 trillion USD worth. Among all, here we can see there is the meat, seafood, meat, cereals, and dairy products contribute much wastage per year. And in order to safeguard the foods, so there is a tremendous potential in terms of packaging to safeguard our food for us and for our future generations as well. So while developing these food packaging materials or the processes, what we call, so one should keep in mind that they should follow the sustainable development practices, and they should evaluate the impact on economy and environment, and also they should ensure that there will be a zero waste, and they should make sure that the process or the material should contribute to the circular economy. So now moving forward, I will discuss about the foods. Like here we can see there are some seafood, dairy products, fruits, dry fruits, vegetables. So these are highly prone to oxygen and moisture. Along with that, we have light and temperature also, but oxygen and moisture are being at higher stake to degrade the food, like microbial spoilage, and to make it like shorter shelf life because of their high perishability. So in order to safeguard these foods, we have certain packaging techniques, which we call as active packaging techniques. So you can see here the active packaging techniques consisting of right from the oxygen scavengers, ethylene scavengers, CO2 emitters, moisture regulators, and antimicrobial packaging techniques. And there are some flavor releases and absorbers as well in the present market. So these are the different kinds of active packaging techniques to safeguard our foods. Among all, if we consider one particular thing, so I'm just focusing on the oxygen scavengers. But why only oxygen scavengers? Why do we want to focus only on oxygen scavengers? Because as we all know that the oxygen is the most abundant, oxygen is the widely abundant in the atmosphere, and the most of the foods are highly susceptible to oxidative degradation. So it's a major reason to consider to my work on oxygen scavengers. And if we discuss about the history of the oxygen scavengers, it was dated back to the 1990s, late 1990s, and they in Japan, they have inspired by the natural phenomena called the rusting of iron. So the Japanese scientists have observed that there is a rusting of iron metal, which is like thrown in the environment. So based on that phenomena, they have tried developing the iron-based oxygen scavengers, which generally consist of an iron material and a catalyst, and they used to provide the moisture as it accelerates the scavenging capacity, like rusting. If you generally observe, if you throw a metal piece or the iron piece in the open atmosphere, after certain days, you can see there is a rusting formation on that. If it is in the highly moisture atmosphere, so the rusting process will be much faster. So based on this natural phenomena, they have developed iron-based oxygen scavengers, but there are certain limitations.
Hello. Yeah, continue.
Yes. The metal detector issues, like the foods are must be passed through the metal detectors, so that if there is any content of iron or metal, so it will be like thrown out as it's a waste. And there are chances of accidental ingestion by children as they are providing it in a sachet form. So it might lead to a confusion whether it is a product or it is an additional product or something, whether it is containing food or any other thing. So there are certain laws and regulations and regulatory bodies that they are working on the reduction of these iron-based materials in the food packaging industry. And one more thing is mostly we in food packaging field, like every material must be generally recognized as grass, like grass we say, which must be approved from FDA. So there are these materials are unsafe to say. So moving forward, I'll give you an overview about what we have done in developing oxygen scavenging. So we have taken the natural rubber latex from the heavier Braziliensis tree and different concentrations of photocatalytic system containing manganese chloride and acetophenone. Here we have taken a different concentration, added it to the natural rubber latex and studied on magnetic stirrer. So later we have taken the 2 grams of the mixture, which we call as oxygen scavenging system. So it was transferred to the 100 ml clear glass vial, and then we have subjected it to the UV light activation for 10 seconds. And immediately after the UV activation, the vials were sealed with aluminum and PTFE crimper seals with a manual crimper, allowing the air inside to trap inside. And after that, the process of oxygen scavenging starts here. So later we have evaluated the oxygen scavenging content and capacity for certain storage time period. And coming to the how the scavenging works here, or the developed oxygen scavenger works here. So the mechanism explains that what we have taken acetophenone. Acetophenone is a photosensitive material which absorbs the energy from the UV light and converts the triplet oxygen to singlet oxygen, which is highly unstable. And the highly unstable oxygen must need to react with any other component. So as we have taken the natural rubber latex, which is consisting of cis 1,4 polyisoprene, which is highly unsaturated material, so there is a chances of attacking this on the double bond. So starting with alpha oxygen and propagated by the H radical transfer, and ultimately it is forming the organic peroxides at the end. So to evaluate the extent of oxygen scavenging capacity, we have analyzed it for the FTIR before and after oxidation. So here we see like the peaks at 1637 corresponding to the C11C, that is carbon double that is present in the isoprene unit. And here we can see that there is a bond here we can see there is a peak at 835, which is attributed to the peroxide, organic peroxide that we have learned in the previous slide. So this was not there in the before oxidation, and you can clearly see there is a peak here at 835 wavelength. So these were the peaks at that 3035 representing these peaks which we have seen that H radical transfers and all in the previous slides. So this confirms that there was the oxygen scavenging activity which was clearly explains here as well. And later we have analyzed the rheology of the material we have developed, and here we can see the rheology of prepared materials, which among all the NRL PCS 5 system is having a highest viscosity. It might be due to the agglomeration and the stronger interactions due to the presence of acetophenone and manganese chloride in higher amounts compared to all. So that's what we have got a high viscosity here. And for 3%, we have evaluated the FESM images, and it was the insert. I think it was not clearly seen, but it was distributed clearly here uniformly in the system. So that's what which might lead to have lower viscosity here. And coming to the colorimetry analysis, like we have also observed the color changes during the before and after the oxidation, and how we have plotted the graphs, the lightness, redness, and blueness, the graphs which you can see here. There were significant color changes were observed from light yellow to dark brown. And the delta E value here, it explains the color change, the color difference between the materials. So from these values, we can clearly say that there is a color change for NRL PCS 5, which is being the highest amount of the PCS system in the oxygen scavenging system at both 25 and 45 degrees centigrade. In the next slide, we'll discuss about the oxygen scavenging activity, which is the most important parameter. So here we have analyzed the oxygen content and then evaluated the oxygen scavenging capacity. Here we can see that the prepared scavenging systems have evaluated for 60 days of storage time at 25 degree and at 20 days for 45 degrees. And at 5 degrees centigrade also we have evaluated, as we thought like 5 degree is the refrigeration temperatures at room temperatures and higher temperatures. So we wanted to perform an analysis that whether we can apply it to any what kind of temperatures we can apply these materials. So at 25 degree centigrade, which has given a capacity of 1045 ml O2 per gram in 60 days, which has taken like, it's a slow mechanism, like it has taken 60 days to consume the entire oxygen content inside the vial. But at the same time, at 45 degrees centigrade, which has also taken only 20 days. And if you see at 5 degrees centigrade,
you have to conclude now.
Yes. At 5 degrees centigrade, there is no scavenging activity reported. So coming to conclusions, so we have successfully developed oxygen scavenging system based on natural rubber latex and PCS, and the content was reduced to 0 in 60 days and 20 days at 25 and 45 degrees. And so based on these conclusions and results, we can demonstrate that NRL PCS with UV activation can be an alternative to iron-based commercial oxygen scavengers. So I would like to conclude this, and these are my references. And thank you. This is my team and functional food packaging laboratory. So thank you.
You are the person in staying in center or side?
No, this blue colors.
Okay. Nice.
The person is our boss, like Professor Keetraj K. Gaikwad.
Okay, nice to see. Okay, thank you. So first, I would like to ask one question. That is, yes, how different is this oxygen scavenging filters that available compared to your experimental model? These oxygen scavenging filters are available in the market, wherein what do they do is generally this polyisophore based natural rubber based things, they will blend with this PE low density PE films and make for this oxygen scavenging, that is called oxygen scavenging films that is available. Okay, industrially also they are using nowadays for food safety purpose. Okay, in that context, the model what you have developed, it's also quite interesting actually, because it has shown very good antioxidant activity, and temperature is also playing an important role, and also the duration of time it taking up to 60 days, like that you have shown. So in that context only I'm asking, compared to this oxygen scavenging filters, how do you rate this one?
Actually, sir, with these results, like whatever we have seen, it's a slow process. Like if you develop any kind of package, there might be a chances of passing this oxygen to inside the package. So if at all our material is consuming very low, like low concentration of oxygen in a long process, like the shelf life we can increase up to those many. It directly gives that those many days we can increase the shelf life.
What about the thermal stability? Or
as of now, sir, actually, it's basically we have developed only the material things only. So once we are now in the process of moving it to the application part, whether we have to either we are developing films or as a coatings on paper-based packaging material. So once we develop these packaging materials exactly on the application level, so we would definitely evaluate the thermal stability and other aspects as well.
Like barrier properties,
Yes,
that is
exactly.
very important in packaging films.
Oxygen transmission rate and water vapor transmission rate, the other properties as well, the mechanical properties as well. So now at present moment, like I'm in the stage of developing these materials, so I'll definitely do the evaluation, thermal evaluation and other evaluation parts.
Out of curiosity, I'm asking, in all your slides there is a watermark of lion. What does it reflect?
Actually, sir, it's a template of IIT Roorkee. So we usually contain that lion symbol in the our template. So
because we used to find this in front of Mysore Maharaja Palace. Okay. Thank you very much for your active participation and a nice presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now I would like to sum up this entire session. In this session, 4 presenters have participated. Initially, Mr. Sharath Khan from Jammu and Kashmir has given a presentation on the infrared assisted hybrid greenhouse solar dryer, and he has demonstrated how effectively it can be used and how cost effective it is for using at the local scale level. This is followed by Ms. Manasa Valamkonda from CSIRC of Tare. She had selected the spice fixed oils for her presentation, and she has demonstrated the scientific evidences that she had generated in support of dyslipidemic effect in animal models, and how effectively these spice oil based bioactive compounds helps in addressing this problem that she has demonstrated. And the third presenter is Ms. Konala Akhila from IIT Roorkee, and she had selected a topic that is oriented towards the food safety aspect. This is development of novel gallic acid coated paper as an oxygen indicator, and she has demonstrated how effectively the same paper films gallic acid based. This is a novel concept, as she said, but still a lot of studies in this direction that she has to do, that she has mentioned in her thing. And similarly, another presenter from the IIT Roorkee, that is the last presenter, Mr. Thakur Ramakant, he has given a very good presentation and a lot of basic mechanistic information that he has provided in his presentation. This is again based on rubber latex blended with a UV activated oxygen scavenging system that he has shown. And in his presentation, actually he has shown a lot of basic information, and also how effectively this antioxidant, this oxygen absorption during the period of the time, and the temperature relevance and all these things he has demonstrated. So still a lot of further works he proposed to take it up to level, make oxygen having films in the future as effective packaging materials. So all these 4 topics are quite interesting, and very actively and enthusiastically all of you have participated. Thank you once again from my side as a co-chair from this session. And with this, I would try once again. I thank to the organizer, ICFOST organizers, for giving me an opportunity to co-chair this session. And yeah, over to the admin group, that is the technical committee group from Aurangabad. Over to Aurangabad.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, the session is concluded then.
Okay, thank you. I will take leave. Thanks to all of you. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.